Somebody had to do it, and I am so glad that it was me. Okay, let's begin. Over the course of 2 weeks in 1975, 52-year-old disabled illustrator Cleo Virginia Andrews wrote a novel. It's a 290,000-word novel called The Obsessed, and it will go through 2 rounds of revisions before it is published in 1979 under the title Flowers in the Attic. And the world has never been the same. I think about Flowers in the Attic 3 times a week, at least. I don't know why, because I've never read it, but it has just always been in my brain. And I felt like I knew what it was, right? I felt like there's enough jokes about Flowers in the Attic. I assumed that this book had been studied to death. I feel like we all know what's going on. I felt like I knew enough to suffice, right? Wrong. So wrong. I cannot express to you how wrong I was. I did not know Flowers in the Attic. You do not know Flowers in the Attic. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. I hadn't read it, okay, is what I'm telling you. And then I saw the Owl's Critiques. The channel name is escaping me. They did this like deep dive on Lolita and Vladimir Nabokov's work. And I was like, that would be really funny if I did that with like the woman who wrote Flowers in the Attic. And when I tell you I dropped everything I was doing and immediately started making this video, I have never produced a video this fast. I dropped everything. I have not stopped writing or reading since that moment. I, in the true VC Andrews fashion, powered through this video. I read every book that she released in her lifetime. So with that, it is now my absolute pleasure, my utmost honor to present to you a deep dive into VC Andrews. Part 1. What was going on in Flowers in the Attic? So I was like 15, maybe 20% of the way through the first book when I realized this was going to be a very different video than I thought it was going to be. And I was about 30% of the way through when I started thinking about how in God's name I'm going to preface this. Because I cannot stress to you enough that you do not know Flowers in the Attic unless you have read Flowers in the Attic. And I'm not talking about a summary or the Wikipedia page or scholarly articles, of which there are none, by the way, but we'll get there. Until you have consumed Flowers in the Attic with your own eyes, ears, or fingers, if you're a Braille girly, you do not know Flowers in the Attic. And I'm coming off as a lot. I'm coming across as a lot. I understand that, but I need to get this through your head because we are about to go so far into it, right? We are relocating to the bottom of the rabbit hole. We are changing our mailing address and registering to vote. And I know that a lot of people watch videos like this without having consumed the source material. I watch videos like this without having consumed the source material, okay? That's fine. I'm not gonna stop you, but I do need to make something very, very clear. You are not allowed to judge me until you have read the book, okay? You are not allowed to judge me. You are not allowed to judge me if you have not read Flowers in the Attic. The whole series... There is no equivalent experience to reading Flowers in the Attic because that's what it is. It's an experience. And while I'm going to do my very best to recreate that experience for you, I cannot guarantee that I will do it justice. So you need to understand, if you have not read the book, you are not going to get it. I mean, if I do my job right, maybe you will, but I can't guarantee that I'll do my job right. I still work at a call center. Like, I don't... So this is your warning that you are not allowed to judge me, and you are also not allowed to be mad at me for ruining it for you, because I will. I'm going to ruin the shit out of this for you. I'm telling you right now, as a person who loves videos about things I have not seen or read, if there has ever been a time to heed a spoiler warning, to go and check out the source material first, this is the time. Okay, even if it's just the first one, even if it ruins my engagement, I don't care. Because the other thing that you should know about Flowers in the Attic is that it is the most fun I have had reading a book ever. I have never had so much fun. I've never had so much fun reading a book in my entire life. It was so fun. I've never experienced anything like it. It is entirely unique to read a book like this. I made a TikTok and like YouTube short the other day about how I had the most wild reading experience of my life, and everyone was like, what book is this? What book is this? This is the book, okay? I was filming myself cooking for a little day in the life like TikTok vlog I was gonna do, and I caught myself listening to the audiobook of this, and look at this. Unparalleled reading experience, okay? No TV show, article, film, movie, gay YouTuber with an English degree is ever going to be able to do it justice, okay? So proceed with caution is what I'm telling you. Proceed with caution, understand the choice that you are making, and we leave no stone unturned here, and I am going to ruin all of this. So if you're okay with that, and you trust me to try and provide you with a similar experience, great. Otherwise, leave now or forever hold your peace, okay? Because it's about to get fucking bonkers. All right, is it just us? Great. I'm so fucking excited. Okay, so the first thing that you notice about Flowers in the Attic is that it's good. And not like so bad it's good. Not like so ridiculous that the writing doesn't matter good. It's good. Like it's genuinely good. The prose is absolutely gorgeous. The prologue opens with the line, "It is so appropriate to color hope yellow, like the sun we seldom saw." The sun we seldom saw? Like, girl, gorgeous. You guys know how much I love a good line. You know how much I love a good bit of prose. I love a little wordgasm. And so these are some of the lines that I collected. Just some of them, because a lot of them have spoilers, so I'm not. "We were 4 children stumbling around in the broken pieces of our grief and loss. Hell was right here, where I was, shadowing me persistently, trying to do me in and make me into what the grandmother thought I was. The devil's issue." And so it had come to pass, just as the grandmother predicted. Devil's issue, created by the evil seed, sown in the wrong soil, shooting up new plants to repeat the sins of the fathers and the mothers. My dreams spilled from me so fast my words were garbled. We're going to change. We're going to throw out what's worse in us and keep what's best. But come hell or high water, we 3 will stick together, all for one for all. Babes, like, damn. And even the way that it's structured, right? Like that one line that says, shooting up new plants to repeat the sins of the fathers, period, and the mothers, like tacking on and the mothers as its own sentence, not only works because it's like, the sins of the father is the phrase, but like Flowers in the Attic is a mommy issues book. And to tack it on, especially at the point that it comes in the book, is just, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It's amazing. Second thing that you need to know about Flowers in the Attic is that there is an incest subplot. I've been kind of taking it for granted that you know that, but in case you don't, there you go. Incest city up in the attic, okay? I will say that, like, see, this is what I mean. I will say it's a specific kind of incest, okay? Whereas like here in the real world, we use the term incest, especially in like the legal system here in the West and the English speaking world. It usually refers to abuse, right? It refers to sexual abuse within the family. That is, CSA. It is never consensual because a child cannot consent. And that is not what we're talking about, okay? We're never talking about that at any point. If we're going to be talking about that, I will tell you that that's what we're talking about. Any other time, if you hear me talking about incest, we're not talking about that. I'm telling you this because some of the shit that's about to come out of my mouth, like, so just to preface some of the shit that's about to come out of my mouth, when we're talking about incest in this video, we're talking about, adult consensual romantic relationships. Okay? Mostly adult, which is like mostly illegal. Obviously, incest involving children and the abusive kind is illegal in all 50 states and punishable by jail time, which it should be. Again, not what we're talking about. Additionally, marriage between blood-related kin is prohibited in pretty much all 50 states. The laws regarding like consensual relations between 2 consenting adults who are blood related is a bit like I can't really tell because for obvious reasons, like people don't go around advertising that like this is what they're doing. But like I couldn't find any court cases or anything where people were prosecuted for, like adult consensual incest, except for one situation, and she wasn't an adult when it started. So the word itself, incest, comes from the Latin incestus, which means impure and unchaste. Before that, though, the Old English term siblager, leisure, was used, sib meaning kinship, leisure meaning to lie, and also there is this other phrase that I cannot pronounce, but that means like kin and or parent and sex. So obviously people don't go shouting from the rooftops that they are fucking their siblings, basically, because technically speaking, in most cases, if they did, they could be prosecuted for a federal crime. I say could because there are in fact 2 states where adult consenting incest is a-okay, and they are Michigan, it's like, okay, and my home state of New Jersey. Always on the forefront of progressive movements. Jesus. But our story does not start in New Jersey. It starts right next door in my current home state of Pennsylvania. The plot. Flowers in the Attic follows Kathy. Kathy is a little bitch. She's a brat, and we love her for it. She was being a brat before it was cool. She is about 6 years old when it starts, and she is pissed because her parents are about to have not just 1 new baby, but 2. They're having twins, and she is pretty sure that her father is no longer going to love her, and that's a big deal, right? It's a big deal to everyone, but it's a particularly big deal to Kathy because love is like really important in their family, and not in a weird way. Yet. Well, okay, I say not in a weird way. Depending on your particular stance on like children and parents doing like mouth kisses, which I know is like a hot topic based on your experience. In general, it's innocent in this book. They love this shit out of each other. They're very fucking happy, these Dollengangers. I know it's a stupid name. They're so happy. They are so happy all the time. They're also like beautiful. They're all just like perfect, like porcelain skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, like beautiful, perfect family of like boy, girl, 2 little boy girls. Like they get compared to Dresden dolls a lot, which I didn't understand. I had to look it up. A Dresden doll is like a type of porcelain doll. It's like a specific porcelain. People call them like the Dresden dolls, right? Like people in the world are like, they are perfect, but they're not cold and lifeless like those porcelain dolls. They are full of life and full of play and affection. Kathy has all these like really distinct, clear memories because the book is told from her perspective looking back. We're not told like how old she is when she's writing it or anything like that, but it is told, past tense, like we did this, I did that. And so she has all these very clear, distinct memories of like how often they told each other they loved each other and how much it meant and how excited they were when their dad got home and like all the hugs and kisses and like all of this normal stuff, right? And she remembers how terrified she was that if one of those babies was a girl, the girl would take her place. Her father is like, no, that's not true. And he like buys her a music box or like a piece of jewelry or something. And she's like, fine, cool. The kids are born and she loves them and it's fine. Crisis averted. Well, okay, crisis temporarily averted until Kathy's dad forking dies. Big bummer, big bummer. Hi, gorgeous. Are you going to come to be in the video? Hello? Did you hear me talking about love? Oh, hello. No? No? Okay, she does not want to be in the video. Christopher Dollenganger the First, I don't think he's called the first, kicks it in a car accident on his birthday. And it's very sad. And their mother, Corinne, like falls apart. And she starts feverishly writing all of these letters and just like sending them off. Eventually, she breaks down and gives these kids like a terrible economics lesson. She's like weirdly detailed about how credit works. But she basically explains to them through bitching about the credit system and capitalism that they have no money and they're broke and the bank is coming to take everything that they own. But it's fine. It's fine because actually my parents are quite literally shitting money right now. So, and the kids who are like, Kathy's I think like 12, Chris is like 14, and the twins are like 6. The kids are like, wow, you've literally never mentioned this ever. Why? And she's like, don't worry about it. Pack a bag. We're going to grandma's. They do. Mom gets 1 suitcase. All of the other kids share 1 more. And they hop on a midnight train to Foxworth Hall. Foxworth Hall is in Virginia, where consensual adult incest laws are that you are prohibited from having sex with anyone that you are also prohibited from marrying. So Yeah, no. But Foxworth Hall is Corinne's family estate because Corinne Dollenganger is actually Corinne Foxworth, or she used to be, right? And the Foxworths are like Southern royalty. It's not super clear like where exactly their money comes from, but they pretty much own like everything and everybody knows who they are. And this is where we get our first real helping of the Gothic, specifically Southern Gothic, but we'll get into that. These books are dripping with it. The name Gothic itself comes from the inspiration from the Gothic architecture of the European Middle Ages and then the sort of Gothic revival movement in the late 1700s. And it's primarily a visual thing. So according to the Victoria Albert Museum, the term Gothic popped up in the late Renaissance, somewhere between the 15th and 17th century, and it was derogatory. It was not a good thing. It was basically a synonym for barbaric and unrefined and ugly. Probably because they were still mad at all the Gothic tribes destroying the Roman Empire in like the 5th century or something. But it was not great. They were like, this is tacky. Which is hilarious because we love Gothic architecture now, right? Intricate, ornate designs, these huge high arches, vaulted ceilings, and so much stained glass. It's impressive for several reasons, apparently. I don't know anything about architecture or engineering, but apparently it is impressive that they use engineering genius to support these huge stone ceilings when the walls are often like primarily glass. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I read, and also we think it's pretty. Speaking of stained glass, if you watched my artist responsibility video, you know that the Christian church consistently struggled with the fact that like nobody could read and they refused to teach anyone the language that they preached in. So they were really big on patronizing artists to create visualizations in paintings and illuminated manuscripts and stained glass of the Bible happenings so that they could teach the people the Bible without teaching people the Bible. So these buildings were mostly churches, lots of churches and abbeys and things like that. And they were really carefully designed to not only just like teach you through the like pictures in the stained glass, but like to create this awe-inspiring, like magical religious experience. And they clearly succeeded because it's these Gothic buildings, these cathedrals and castles that inspired Gothic literature or Gothic fiction, because Gothic fiction loves a castle, okay? Loves a castle. The first like official Gothic work is from 1764. It is by Horace Walpole. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. And it's literally called The Castle of Otranto. Otranto. I need to just start looking this stuff up before I film. So there are these big, old, isolated buildings that have these really high ceilings where birds and bats and things can hang out and collect dust and then pop out, and there's like lots of place for wind to echo and, you know, whip around, and there's stone, so there's just like echoing, the walls are a little cold, and light moves through these like stained glass windows in this really intricate way, and they're the windows that are literally like telling stories. There's something very alive about these cold stone buildings, which makes them perfect for spooky stuff, spooky happenings. The Castle of Otranto is basically like a found footage film. It's presented as a manuscript from like the Crusades or something. And it follows this guy, Manfred. Remember that name. Manfred is a prince, and his dying son Conrad is about to marry a princess, which is really convenient. He gets hit on the head by like a mysterious flying helmet or something and dies on his wedding day, the prince. So then Manfred makes like several complicated plots to try and marry the Princess Isabella himself, so that he can, you know, have a male heir and keep his, you know, throne or whatever. There's various ghosts and, you know, other kind of supernatural interventions that inevitably stop this from happening. And then, you know, it's revealed that there was like a prophecy. Manfred kills the wrong girl at one point. Manfred eventually gives up. Isabella marries someone else, and everyone lives just like mildly disappointedly forever. And that's like pretty standard for the like late 1700s Gothic fictions. In the late 1790s, Gothic fiction is when it hits its like peak popularity, and that is thanks mostly to a woman named Anne Radcliffe. Anne Radcliffe, so cool, so sick. This is a really great video. I highly recommend watching. Anne Radcliffe like spearheaded this kind of movement because her work was so good that no one cared she had a vagina, which is like a lot to say in the 1790s, right? Her work was so good, like people genuinely were like, women shouldn't write, but that one...
She may be difficult, but boy, can she sing.
Bravo! Most people gave her her props. Most other writers, a lot of people in general were like, she's corrupting the youth. Anyway, it's hard to tell what came first, really, the like remote castle mansion setting or the exploration of loneliness and isolation. But either way, both become staples of the genre, along with that like supernatural elements thing, like ghosts. It's usually ghosts or some other creature that has, been alive for centuries. The occasional haunted object, witchy medicine, but it's mostly ghosts. Mostly ghosts because Gothic fiction is also very, very fixated on the past.
We have to go back, Kate.
It's very preoccupied with the concept of time in general, and there's almost an unnatural obsession with the past as something that is never really past. Right? Something that is alive and well and like living amongst us. Most Gothic literature is in direct conversation with the past, with history, and these isolated ancient locations help facilitate that conversation. The castles will have secret tunnels. There will be mysterious images in the stained glass. There's locked doors that you can't get into, things like that. So that's the general thing. And Foxworth Hall, because we're still talking about Flowers in the Attic, Foxworth Hall definitely ticks all of those boxes. Foxworth Hall is functionally our castle. And what's particularly interesting about Foxworth Hall is that the kids, and therefore ourselves, have never really seen it in the daylight. We are introduced to Foxworth Hall in the middle of the night after these kids have been walking. They get off the train and the two older kids have to carry the twins and their suitcase like miles in the Virginia summer heat. And they arrive at this huge, imposing building lit by the moon. We came at last upon a cluster of large and very fine homes nestled on a steep hillside. Stealthily, we approached the largest and by far the grandest of all the sleeping mountain homes. Mama said in a hushed voice that her ancestral home was named Foxworth Hall and was more than 200 years old. We circled that enormous house almost on tiptoes. Foxworth Hall is where Corinne grew up. And she tells them this when we're on the train. She talks about, how beautiful the house is and how wonderful their lives are going to be with all the parties and all being able to, buy all the toys that they want and da-da-da-da. And she also tells them that their last name is not Dollenganger. Her and their dad made that up, obviously. But they made it up because her parents did not approve of her marrying their father. So they ran away and are living under this false name. And then she shows them their birth certificates that she has hidden in the lining of this suitcase. And their birth certificates all say Foxworth. But we get to Foxworth Hall and we meet the grandmother. The grandmother's name is Olivia. I don't think we find that out in this book, but in case I call her Olivia, she leads the kids and Corinne through the back of the house, all the way up these winding hallways to this tiny, tiny little room just below the attic. So it's not the attic. It's just underneath the attic, and it has attic access. They get up into this room, and Corinne tells them the plan. Corinne tells them that, her parents didn't just, not approve of her marrying their father. They fully disowned her. She has been written out of her dad's will completely. But, now that their dad is dead and her dad is halfway there, she thinks that she can sweet talk him back into his will, right? She's like, I just need to remind him how much he loves me. And then he'll put me back in his will and we'll inherit his fortune and it's going to be great. And they're like, okay, cool. And she's like, but he's really not going to be happy about me having procreated. I'm going to have to break that to him really gently. So her plan is to have them stay up here for the night. She's going to explain everything to him in the morning. And then when he meets them and sees how lovely they are, it's all going to be fine. They're going to live happily ever after as these little princes and princesses in this big, beautiful castle in Virginia. That's not how it goes down, obviously. One night very quickly turns into 3, and then 4, and then 5. And this is where our story really begins. And I know what you're thinking. Damn, that is a long time for the plot to start. But it's really not. At least it doesn't feel like it when you're reading it. What is so interesting about V.C. Andrews is her ability to give exposition and set up these really complicated and intricate, like Rube Goldberg style plots and backstories without dumping information on you. All of the exposition is delivered pretty much seamlessly to us alongside more subtle, functional, actionable imagery and symbolism and story beats. And it's also filtered through Kathy's thoughts and perspectives and like her emotional experience. So we get exposition about the family through Kathy's reaction to hearing that she is going to have siblings. That's how we find out about her relationship with her father, is through this like engaging panic that she's having about these new siblings. We get more exposition about how people see their family through the anxiety of waiting for their dad to come home at the birthday party when he doesn't come home, right? We get a lot of backstory on the train with Corinne through this kind of like confused midnight anxiety. It's sort of filtered into us and you don't really realize that it's happening, and it makes it very compelling, and it also makes it feel very mature and very adult. These books were not technically like young adult. They were never intended to be YA, but it was obviously young adults who latched on and made them the kind of sensation that they were. I don't like YA, really. There's very few YA books that I, as an adult, enjoy reading. I don't typically like that style, things that are written for teenagers. The YA that I do like does tend to be the like more adulty stuff, but this didn't feel like a book for children that I was reading. What it reminded me of actually is To Kill a Mockingbird, which admittedly I have not read in like over a decade, but the way that everything in that book, from what I remember, is like Scout's perspective and she is a child, but it is these kind of heavier themes, and it doesn't feel like it's for children even though she is a child when it's happening. That was the vibe that I got. Again, I haven't read To Kill a Mockingbird in so long, so don't hold me to that, but anyway, we're in the attic now, finally. But we're not just living in this room under the attic, we're living in this room under the rules of the grandmother. The rules of the grandmother, who looks at them with pure and utter disgust constantly. Just looks like she is gonna vomit every time she sees them. And she also has this absurdly long list of rules that she gives them verbally, with no rhyme or reason to the order or structure of them. I'm gonna put them all on screen here because there's too many to list, but they cover everything from brush your teeth twice a day and cultivate a marketable skill to don't have impure thoughts, never even look at the other sex unless absolutely positively necessary. She's very big on that last one. She's very, very, very concerned about Chris and Kathy being locked in this attic together. I wonder why. She insists that the girls sleep in one bed and the boys sleep in the other. She doesn't want them ever being in the bathroom together for any reason. And she is always interrogating them about it. She is always like trying to catch them doing something. And she'll like blatantly be like, were you touching each other? And they're like, what are you talking about? They're like, still kid. It's ridiculous. So at first they don't really get it. They don't really understand like why she's so concerned about whether or not they've seen each other naked, until Corinne eventually gives them the whole story, right? She comes on one of her, regular visits because she comes and sees them all the time, and she's like, hey, so actually, okay, it wasn't that they just didn't approve of my marriage to your father because they didn't like him. They didn't approve of my marriage to your father because he was also my uncle. Half uncle, but still. And, they were close in age. He came to stay with them when she was 15 or something. That's how she tells it, okay? So that's what the grandmother's concerned about. The grandmother is concerned about incest and just religion and purity in general. It's not explicitly any kind of particular denomination or Jesus or, from what I could tell, there really wasn't a specific doctrine that she seemed to follow. It was just kind of don't fuck your sibling. She does make them memorize and recite Bible passages to her every day, and she also calls them devil's issue, by which she means devil's spawn, which I love. by the way. Devil's issue? What a phrase. What a phrase. It's so layered too. Saying like devil's issue implies punishment. It implies that they aren't just the product of the devil. Like they're not just the spawn of the devil. They are a consequence doled out to her mother as punishment. They are issued to Corinne and Chris by the devil because of the sin that they committed, which is just heavier than devil's spawn, I think. Anyway, she tells them all the time that like they aren't people, they're a thing, they're like a consequence, a product, a part of this long line of mistakes, and she really does her best to drill this into their heads that they are dirty and they are wrong and they are sin. And like Kathy doesn't really buy it. Like it's not that it doesn't affect her, but it is really interesting to me that like Kathy, like she just like doesn't really buy into it. She definitely knows what sin is, specifically incest, and she does think it's a sin. She is like, no, but she just like doesn't buy into the fact that like she is undeserving of life and love because of sin committed by someone else. It makes perfect sense that she thinks this way too, because she just has this very simple and pragmatic way of looking at things that is not profound in any way, but is profound in like how refreshing and simple it is. Like it's very refreshing to read. Even when she doesn't know something, she's just kind of like, weird, and then just like makes up her mind about it. For example, there's this moment where she, you know, they've been in the attic for a while and she hasn't been dancing, even though she, you know, when they first started, she was going to practice her dancing all the time. She loves dancing. She wants to be a dancer. And she got discouraged and just like hasn't been doing it. And her mother brings her this like beautiful Swan Lake costume. I think there's two of them too, like a good swan, bad swan, like these gorgeous, very expensive costumes for her to wear. And even though she doesn't have anywhere to wear them or anyone to see them or anything like that, it is enough to inspire her to want to dance again, right? She hasn't been doing it in months because she's locked in an attic, but she's just like, I have the dance dress. I want to dance. I will dance. I will dance because I have the dress. Like it's just very simple and clear. Speaking of that dress though, she's also keenly aware of the fact that there was no way that that is her mother's idea. The quote from this scene is, "It's true that happiness could be brought into this attic in a white box brought by someone who truly cares after someone who really, really cares put the idea in her head. Now I knew my brother would set the standard for all of my suitors for the rest of my life." Oh, honey. I know, you guys. I know, you guys. I know. She has no idea how right she is. So we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not at the incest yet. Kathy is also the first one to clock it. Like, Kathy is the first one to figure out what's going on. After like 3 days, she is like, so, like, how long are you planning on keeping us here? You're going sailing? You're going sailing on a boat while we're locked in an attic? Like, why? What are you doing? Why aren't you down there telling your father about us right now? I didn't mean you. Anyway, she pushes her mother to the point where Corinne, after being like, don't tell me what to do, admits that she can't tell her father about them, because what she didn't tell them on the depressing midnight train to hell was that, okay, it's not just that her father didn't approve of her marrying her half uncle and wrote her out of the will. It's also that her father, like, very explicitly wrote in a letter to her that the only blessing that came out of her sinful marriage is that it didn't produce any devil's issues. So, like, she knew the whole time, okay? She knew the whole time that she wasn't going to be able to tell him about them. She knew the whole time that they were going to have to wait until her father died to get out of that attic. And she just wouldn't tell them that. And I don't think she would have if Kathy hadn't pushed her as hard as she did. And this is actually a bit of a rift between Chris and Kathy, because Kathy is like, we are never getting out of here. She is never coming back. And Chris is like, no, trust her. Like, she's our mother. She's going through a lot. It must be so hard for her to be away from her kids. She's doing her best. Like, just have faith in her. And Kathy really tries. She really does. There is this quote where she is saying something about how, like, hope has strong roots in the young, which, like, another amazing phrase. And she talks about, like, Chris, who is this just, like, endlessly hopeful and kind kid, like really wants Kathy to believe in Corinne with him. And then she has that line about like how Chris is going to set the standard for suitors for the rest of her life. And like, it's only weird because we know what's coming, right? It's only weird because we know what's coming. It's not that weird of a thing to say that, you know, your brother wants you to be treated well and is gonna, you know, treat you well, right? The whole point of Bridgerton is like protective brothers that like want to make sure that their sister has like a good suitor who is like up to their standard. And this is part of the VC Andrews magic. We just don't talk about it again. That is the first time that Chris and any future possible lovers of Kathy or Kathy's romantic life are ever even said in the same breath. And then we just go back to trying to live in this attic. Kathy and Chris are very much parenting their younger siblings, Corey and Carrie, and they are being mom and dad to these twins. These are 4 kids whose dad just died and their mother just left them alone in an attic after a strange lady told them that if they made a sound she would whip them senseless. And the twins are 6 years old. They don't understand what's going on. And as a matter of survival on this first night, the older kids are like, you have to listen to us like we are mom and dad. Very normal thing for adult siblings to say when they are trying to be in charge of unruly little ones. So we are already sort of confusing the lines and the family roles in a very practical and innocent way that makes perfect sense in the context. Someone has to make sure that they eat. Someone has to make sure they go to bed and shower and follow the grandmother's rules. Someone has to teach them how to read, and Corinne's not there. It's Chris and Kathy who are dealing with tantrums, the kids being really picky eaters. The grandmother only brings them like 3 meals a day in one basket at the beginning of the day. If they don't want to eat that, there's nothing else to eat. And also the grandmother is like, people are starving in the world. Do not ever waste food or I will whip you. She also is like, I will never give you sweets or sugar or candy because I don't want you to rot your teeth because we can't take you to the dentist. I'm telling you that now because it's going to be important later. And these kids are also grieving, right? Like these kids are grieving. Their father just got hit by a car. And so like they're also stepping into these roles and acting as their parents to comfort these admittedly super annoying twins who are going to get them whipped to death if they keep screaming and crying over their absentee parents. Like, it's just practical. It's practical. And so Kathy and Chris from night 1 are playing mom and dad in what feels like a very natural, not incesty way at all. It's like they're playing house, but they're also not. Like, they're not calling each other mom and dad. Like, they're calling each other Chris and Kathy. The twins are not calling them mom and dad. The twins are calling them Chris and Kathy. Like, it's not like a full, we're not delusional. It's just like they're doing things that their parents did. They're singing the songs that their parents did. They're rocking them in the rocking chair, right? Like, they're talking like their parents so that they can like comfort these kids, right? So we're blurring the lines of, you know, family roles and responsibilities, which is also something that Gothic literature and Gothic fiction makes a lot of use of. A lot of Gothic stories are very concerned with societal roles and structures, right? Who is inheriting the castle? Who is heir to what? Who is being named a prince, a duke, a mother, a father, a husband, a wife? Like, who is doing what? Why are they doing that? What happens when you shift from one role to another? Society and societal roles in Southern Gothic is a huge thing, even more so than traditional Gothic fiction, because Southern Gothic is the sort of American South take on traditional Gothic fiction that came up in, you know, late 1800s. Southern Gothic is like a subgenre of Gothic because it has a lot of the things, but in this sort of specifically Southern, often 1800s post-bellum, post-Civil War world that has characters going in and out of society and exploring societal relations because shit had hit the fan in the South for obvious reasons. And something that I think people often overlook about the South, actually, besides the fact that it is, you know, full of queer people and people of color and other non-right-wing extremists. It's something else that I think people don't always talk about or don't really like to talk and think about because, you know, ending slavery was good. So, like, it's not fun to think about the fact that like it was also really, really difficult economically for the people in the South. Ending slavery, net good, like always good, but it did also have ramifications for their societal structures. And, you know, people who were very, very wealthy due to slave labor were suddenly not very, very wealthy. There was a lot of social tensions and racial tensions. People were grieving. A lot of people died. Princess Weeks has this amazing video on Civil War, like lost cause ideology that spread, and I highly recommend watching that also because it's about vampires. The people of the South were, you know, facing a reckoning and a complete restructuring of the world as they knew it. And so instead of, you know, big scary castles, these stories were set in decaying plantations or just like really big, nice aristocratic houses that they used to be able to afford to keep really nice and fancy because of slave labor, and now they couldn't. And they represent this like fear and this deterioration of society, right? They were very concerned that the world was going to hell in a handbasket. So it's also extremely patriarchal. The gender roles are a big deal. And the early Southern Gothic literature. A Rose for Emily by Faulkner is a really good example. Emily is like this weird, defiant woman who refuses to let go of the past and pay her taxes. I don't know, ends up dead. And the story is told through the townspeople's sort of perspective of her story. And I'm not going to like do a whole summary of it, but this author, whose name I would mispronounce, in a piece called Southern Gothic Genre as a Key to Unlock the Post-Civil War American South, a reading of William Faulkner's A Rose for Emily, writes, Emily is forced to remain submissive to the male-dominant society and locks herself from the society that she despises. Her unwillingness to abide by the rules of society is an evidence for this inconformity. Also, she keeps her sexually deviant behavior a secret until her death, since the society disapproves of it. Since it is narrated from the point of view of the society, Emily's voice is highly silenced throughout the story. It is also argued that Faulkner himself had a role in silencing the character of Emily, because he didn't have to write it that way. The general consensus seems to be that it is a very interesting commentary on the silencing of women, but also that like Faulkner definitely wasn't going for critiquing the silencing of women. He was critiquing a lot of things, but not that. But Flowers in the Attic is very Southern Gothic. In Flowers in the Attic, both gender and familial roles are, first off, not set in stone, and second off, very much brought to the front line for inspection. Because Corinne very much regresses when she returns home. She very much reverts back into her child self and like is playing daddy's girl. She starts seeing a younger man. Like she's forgetting about her like role as adult mother. Like she steps back into her role as daughter, completely abandoning her role as mother. And in doing so, she simultaneously strips Kathy of her role as daughter and forces her into the role as mother to Carrie and Corey. There's something really, really interesting about Kathy's relationship to adulthood, because she is mother to these twins, right? She is behaving as their mother. She is very quickly becoming jaded by how difficult it is to be a mother. And yet she is trying so hard, and like Chris is trying so hard. They're all trying so hard to stay hopeful and to keep faith in their mother, to keep like the memory of her and how it felt to have a mother alive. And the whole time it feels like she is being dragged into adulthood by her hair. No matter how hard she tries to remain a child, she can't, because she doesn't have a parent anymore. There is no one to parent her. She has no one to be a child in relation to. She only has children to be a parent to. It doesn't matter that she's not ready to be an adult. It's like fitting, a tiny square through a massive round hole. Like it fits, but like it's not supposed to. Reading this book knowing that the incest is coming is insane, because I thought that it was going to be out of nowhere. I thought it was going to be wild and sensational and dirty, but like the way that V.C. Andrews writes, she just like plants these seeds, no pun intended, lays out a path so clearly and specifically that it kind of only leads in one direction. It's kind of the only inevitable solution. I don't know if this is too ridiculous or not, but like her and Chris, they like take on these roles as mother and father. And to be fair, Kathy's only experience with the role of mother includes mother also being wife. Like, she's 12 years old and from a perfect family. She has no experience with a mother who is not also a wife. And I say perfect in the sense of like traditionally white picket fence. Like, that's the archetype they're set up, right? Like, she's from a traditional family. And if you look at most Gothic literature, Southern Gothic, and even the classics, there is rarely a wife who is not also mother, unless that is the point. Like, unless she can't have children, and that's the plot. There's rarely someone who is wife and is not also mother, or someone who is mother and is not also wife. Those roles come as a pair, especially when we look at it from like a gender roles perspective. And gender roles are very, very present. Like, gender expectations are very present throughout all of V.C. Andrews' work. And there's a lot of discussion about what is appropriate for what gender and what is not. And motherly duties are lumped in with wifely duties. The grandmother, for all of her obsession with modesty, does not actually, like, herself exude femininity. And in fact, like, most of the Dollenganger Foxworthy women seem to all falter in some specific way when it comes to, like, the performance of traditional femininity. The grandmother is all about, you know, piety, and being abstinent and modest and being a respectable woman. But she's also very cruel. She whips her grown adult daughter. She whips her grandkids. She has little to no concern for their well-being beyond wanting them to have clean teeth and clean minds. And yet, she also tells Kathy when she's like, what are you doing? And Kathy's like, I'm bringing Chris water for his painting. She says, fool, never wait on a man. Make him wait on himself. Now, spill the truth. What are you really doing up there? Because she thinks they're boning. I find that really interesting. She also does this thing, and I don't like know what I think the consensus is of it. Kathy tells her that they have made like a fake garden in the attic so that the twins aren't scared. She is like, ew, gross. But then she does come back later with real flowers and is like, here are real flowers for your fake garden, and then like dips. We also find out later that she was at one point able to have children and no longer is able to have children, not just because she's older. Like, at some point in her childbearing years, she lost the ability to have children. And she has this really interesting relationship with like the traditional like roles of a woman and what a woman should be. And then we also have Corinne, right? Corinne who bore 4 beautiful, perfect children, you know, 2 boys and 2 girls in the perfect house, but was not able to do this without sin, like without breaking those kind of pious, modest rules. Also, like, she doesn't really care about her kids. Like, she is not cruel and cold and mean the way the grandmother is, but she rids herself of her role as mother very quickly. There's always this like, oh, like, women are born to be mothers, like, you're meant to be motherly, like, you have just like a natural motherly instinct. And she, even though she was a beautiful, like, was the perfect mother, like, dropped that like it was a hot potato, has zero empathy for her, and just does not have the motherly instinct to keep them alive and safe at all. Like, she doesn't have it. And then we also have Kathy, and Kathy is very feminine. Kathy is very good at being a girl. She really likes being a girl. She likes being a young woman. She likes ballet. She likes pink. She likes her music box. Like, she very much likes it. She's a little bit of a brat, but she's generally very sweet. She listens to Chris when he tells her to have faith in their mother and to love their mother no matter what. She really tries. She enjoys mothering to the twins, even though, you know, it's difficult. Like, she doesn't ever for a minute consider not doing it. And she's just very sort of naturally very good at the traditional woman things as a child, you know, as much as a child can be, until a particular moment about halfway through the book where shit hits the fan and everything goes from bad to worse. To preface, they have been in the attic for about a year at this point, like a whole year, if not a little bit more. And it is Depression City up in that attic. They barely see their mother. The twins are getting really sick. They're not growing because they don't see the sun. It's a mess. Everything is terrible. And then they hit puberty. Wild to read about this shit. Absolutely insane. Felt like, okay, now hear me out. If you've ever read Moby Dick, and there's these like excruciatingly detailed explanations of whaling and blubber and boats and sea life, like, it kind of felt like that, because you're reading it and you're kind of like, well, yeah, that's how it goes. But also like, why am I reading this? Like, it's not bad, but it's a riot. It's a riot is what it is. Well, it's a riot for us. It's a riot for us. It's a nightmare for them. Nightmare in the attic. Chris is like full on having wet dreams in the bed beside them. No one will buy Kathy a bra. Their bodies are changing. They don't have deodorant. They're sunlight deprived, touch deprived, socialization deprived, bottle rockets of hormones, okay? Chris has never even seen a naked woman, okay, outside of like anatomy books. He doesn't have dirty magazines. He doesn't have peers. He doesn't have any of this. And he's like 15. And Kathy has also never seen a naked woman. You know, she's very intrigued by her own body in the mirror. So she's like every normal, healthy teenage girl going through puberty, locked in an attic with only one mirror. She's like staring at herself, right? She's looking at herself. She's inspecting her own body when it happens. Chris walks in. Gasp. Chris walks in and sees her, which is like the one thing that they're not supposed to do. And he says, you can't judge me. But he says, like, okay, he says, I know I shouldn't be, but you look so beautiful. It's like I never saw you before. How did you grow so lovely when I was here all the time? Like, which is like so sweet. Like, what is happening? Like, that's cute. Like, that's a cute line. Like, what is happening? What is happening? Luckily, or maybe unluckily, we don't have to find out. We don't have to find out what's happening because the grandmother walks in and she is livid. She smashes their only mirror and, like any and all reflective surfaces, I'm sure, grabs a pair of scissors and like demands that Kathy cut off her hair. She's not going to cut it. She demands that Kathy do it herself. Kathy strip herself of her hair. Here's the thing. Kathy has this long, beautiful blonde hair and she loves her hair. She's told us many a times up until this point that she loves her hair. It looks just like her mother's. She thinks it's beautiful. She loves being beautiful. And even if she didn't, like, cutting hair is a very impactful and hugely sort of symbolic thing in storytelling and in real life, right? Cutting someone's hair is a way of stripping them of their identity. Like, that's why the military does it, and like, abusive parents and people who are running cults do it. It can also be really empowering, right? Like, it's so tied to your personal identity. Like, long hair is particularly associated with femininity. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't mean that it's feminine, but that is why a lot of trans people and non-binary people and even queer people in general, when they want to distance themselves from femininity, find that like cutting their hair into their first boy cut or first pixie cut is really, really affirming, right? Or vice versa. People who have, you know, been getting, you know, the like boy cuts, the short cuts for years, when they finally are able to grow their hair out and like embrace their femininity, they really enjoy that. It feels really good and it has a similar kind of affirming effect because it's so tied to your personal identity. It doesn't have to be all the time, but for a lot of people it is, and Kathy is one of those people. So this is horrifying, and Chris knows it. Because of course he does. And Chris is like, no, absolutely not. You're not cutting her hair. No one is getting near Kathy's hair with a pair of scissors. He looks at Kathy and he's like, you love your hair. We're not cutting it. So the grandmother basically is like, starve then, and dips. They don't get any meals. That's like bad enough. And then in the middle of the night, this bitch walks into the attic room and I kid you not, pours hot tar over Kathy's hair. Like, what? Where did she even get it? Where did she even get it? Where did she get the tar? This is what she does. She does this, and it is very much a turning point for Kathy. She is deliberately stripping her in this violent and drawn out way of her identity. I say drawn out because they spend hours trying to get the tar out of her hair. Chris is there with his little chemistry set, trying to be, you know, Dr. Strange, Dr. Fix-It, Dr. whatever Neil Patrick Harris's name was in that one thing. God, it would be a better joke if I remembered that. He's trying to like make a potion. And it's like a real bonding experience for them, as sitting there being the bathroom, by the way, which probably not exactly what the grandmother was going for. But like, what else was she expecting is the question. Maybe if she knew these kids better and knew that they were being parents to these kids and would try to stay quiet to not scare the twins. Maybe if she knew that Chris was actually just like the kindest, softest, sweetest little doctor boy in the world and only ever wants to heal and fix things. Maybe if she knew that, or she had any idea whatsoever what locking 4 children in an attic does to their psyches, maybe she would have guessed that Kathy would sit in a bath for hours crying in silence while Chris softly and tediously tries to save every single strand of hair on her head. And maybe she would have just cut it off herself. But she did not, and she has to live with the consequences. So they are unsuccessful in getting all of the tar out of her hair because it's tar. So she ends up with this like weird half-cut pseudo mullet, and not in like a hot gay way. The grandmother still starves them for 2 weeks. There's no food or water, no fresh toiletries. The toilet completely overflows. They're like living in their own filth. Chris slits his wrists for the twins to drink his blood for hydration at one point. And Kathy is done. Kathy is fucking done. Full stop. No more Mrs. Nice Bitch. She does not have an ounce of faith in her mother left. She hates her. And something is sort of fundamentally broken and hardened inside of Kathy by this, and she knows it. She doesn't quite understand it, but she knows that it's her mother's fault. To hear the twins cry for food put scars on my soul that I would bear for the rest of my life. And I hated, oh, how I hated that old woman and mama for doing this to us. She's right. It's really bad. And they are like 2 minutes away from eating raw mice, fully snapped neck, ripped open fur, teeth bared, about to bite into fucking Mickey when a picnic basket of food arrives. God bless. Divine intervention if I've ever seen it. So grandmother just kind of hands over this picnic basket, and the kids look at it and they're like, ooh, powdered donuts, so fun. And the grandmother is like, I wouldn't eat that if I were you. It'll rot your teeth. And Kathy is like, fuck off. And she does, and the kids eat, and just remember that. At this point, also, the twins don't recognize their mother anymore. They don't really remember her. Kathy realizes that she and Chris are their parents now, that like there's no more waiting, there's no more playing house until they are free. Like, this is it. They are parents, these are the kids, only now they're horny. Whoops. These kids love each other. They are all that each other has. They understand each other, and their experience of love up to this point hasn't had any guardrails on it. There's never been any rules. They never had a point where their parents are like, girls need their space when they're getting older, boys need their space. We have to start knocking on doors. Like, they've never walked in on their parents boning and had to have the talk about like adult private time. They've never been introduced to any kind of barriers that are like normal, healthy boundaries in relationships with other people. They only have a locked door. They experienced their own love for their younger siblings as brother and sister morph and transform into this kind of parental love. They watched their mother essentially fall out of love with them, and they just experienced love so differently, with this kind of fluidity and changing nature without any stops. And this is what I mean, like, it makes sense. They sort of start like dancing around this conversation about what is happening between them, because like they know that it's wrong, but at the same time, the only person who is around telling them that it's wrong, like, just poured hot tar all over Kathy's head in the middle of the night. So, like, not a super reliable source of information. And it's not physical. Also, it's really not physical. The physical stuff does happen, but it is very specific. It's very sporadic, significantly more sporadic than I thought it was going to be. Like, I was expecting it to be the plot and like sensational, but the physical stuff is only ever really happening as a way of facilitating and demonstrating and honestly complicating what VC Andrews is really trying to say about this, which is that they didn't mean to go skinny dipping. It's not their fault. Nobody bought Kathy a bra. That's not a joke. They climb out a window and end up on a lake, and these kids haven't had fresh air in almost 3 years, and they're not gonna not swim in this beautiful lake, but they also like can't have dirty lake water clothes because they don't have enough clothes, you know, to wash and keep clean. It's a matter of hygiene. So like, what are they gonna do? What what is this book? It's the bathroom thing all over again. It's that time that the grandmother whipped them both so badly that they had these gaping open wounds that they couldn't put clothes over because they would get infected. They had to just sit there half naked tending each other's wounds like it's Wattpad in 2009. Like, what? You know, it's almost like in trying to prevent incest that you don't know for sure is going to happen will somehow inevitably lead to said incest happening. Oedipus desperate, I ran the gauntlet back. Anyway, so they go swimming in the lake. Nothing happens when they swim in the lake. Kathy just doesn't have a bra. I'm really mad that nobody bought Kathy a bra, okay? They do have this like really weighted conversation about their future lovers and relationships that just like sounds different and feels different compared to like previous things where they've been like, they get given a little tiny TV at one point. This is like the 60s, by the way. I don't know if I told you that, but like they get given like a little TV and they talk about like a romance and the way that they talk about it when they're 12 and 14 or 11 and 13 or whatever versus this conversation, very different. I'm not going super chronological, so I will tell you that their first kiss was what I talked about with the whipping and they don't have their clothes on. That was their first kiss. That happens before the lake thing, right? So it's like the hot tar on the hair, then tending to each other's wounds shirtlessly. And then we have the lake incident where Chris makes a point to be like, well, we haven't done anything but kiss. It's not that bad. Kathy is like, we should escape. Like, we should leave. Mom's not coming back. Like, we haven't seen her in forever. She doesn't care about us. Chris is like, we can't. I'm a mama's boy. And then also they are barely able to get back up the rope that they used to climb down because they're so malnourished. So we're going like 100 miles per hour at this point, right? It is balls to the wall. We are barreling to the end of whatever this nightmare, ghost train, gothic horror fever dream is. Everything is more intense, ramping up like it's insane. Like I told you, there's like we're drinking blood, we're eating rats. Like the last 200 pages of this book are a fever dream. Going a little bit out of order here because it does kind of all blend together. It's getting bad. Like the twins are getting really sick. They haven't seen their mother in months. Chris stabs Kathy at one point. Like they're running around with scissors and chasing each other for whatever reason and they fall because nobody ever told them not to run with scissors. So Chris like fully stabs Kathy, like breaks skin. It's not life-threatening, but she does need stitches and like whoop-de-doo, the wound is on her abdomen. Nobody ever bought Kathy a bra. So like brief nipple play, I guess. Why not? Why not at this point? I can't stress to you enough how insane it is to read these books. You're just like, yeah. Like I've never in my life read something where the author forced me to feel things in this way. I've been able to see what authors want me to feel. I've been made to feel things by books. Like they've definitely incited emotions, but never like against my will. Against my will. It was like she had a gun to my head. It was like being on drugs. Like it was like the edible hit and I was like shipping Chris and Kathy because like they're kind of cute. And like that's right. Without my permission, I just found myself like shipping it. Like this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I tell you that you have to read the book because it's fucking bonkers. It's bonkers. Like it's so insane. Like you have to read it. Anyway, Mom shows back up. Corinne comes back. Waltz is back in. She's been gone for months. The kids are sickly and wounded and angry. And she's like, hey, I got remarried. And Kathy, bless her soul, is the only one who was like, did you tell him about us? The 4 children that you have locked in the attic? Like, does he know? And she's like, well, and Kathy loses it. And she tells Chris later, like, we gotta go. Like, we cannot. You can't seriously expect us to continue to do this. The kids are so sick. And so Chris begrudgingly agrees, but he is also big brain doctor boy. And he's like, we do not have money to get on a train, to get on a bus, to get these kids the health care that they need. They're going to die. We need to have enough money to escape. I think they say like $500 or something by something like that. It's in 60s money. So here's the plan. Geniuses. Geniuses in the attic, okay? Geniuses in the attic. The plan is they take a bar of soap and they get close enough to the mother by being like, we understand, we love and respect you, that they can press the bar of soap to the key on her belt and get an imprint of the key on this piece of soap. Then they transfer it to a piece of wood, and then they spend like weeks like painstakingly carving a key out of like hard wood because they couldn't risk it breaking because the door locks from the outside, so they can unlock and get themselves out. At first Kathy's like, we can steal stuff. Chris is like, we can't steal stuff. The grandmother is gonna know. She probably knows where everything is in this house, but you know who is really bad with money? Our mother. So they start breaking into the mother's room. It's like she just like leaves money lying around. And so they go and they just start stealing it little bits at a time. While they're down there, at one point they do stumble upon like a book of sex positions, which just becomes a thing later and is just like a moment where they're kind of like, it's mostly Chris goes or Chris and Kathy go together. At one point Kathy does go alone, and when she's there, she stumbles upon her mother's new husband asleep on the bed. And Kathy is overcome with this desire. And let me just read it to you. It came over me all of a sudden, the impulse to kiss him, just to see if the dark mustache tickled, just to know also what a kiss was like from a stranger who has no blood relation at all. Yeah, because she's only ever kissed her brother. So she kisses him, and then she like bolts out of there and like kind of has a crying breakdown about the whole thing. Healthy, emotionally stable teenagers are produced in the attic for sure. No, but like this is like, you see what I mean? Like she genuinely, like she's like, what does it feel like to kiss somebody who's not my brother? She's kind of like, oh, it sort of felt the same. Like it didn't, there's no profound difference is what she finds. And to be fair also, like Kathy and Chris's relationship at this point is so complicated and so confusing and also so simple at the same time. Remember, like we talked about Kathy's very sort of simple approach to things. She isn't necessarily naive, though she can be. She's just very frank and she follows her impulses and is very confident in that way. She's quite difficult to confuse, which I think is like what makes her relationship with Chris so confusing to her, because like on impulse, she's just like, I love him. I love kissing. 1 + 1 = 2. But she also knows that it can't possibly be that simple. She knows that it's wrong. She knows that it can't be as simple as it feels like it is. So she has to force herself around it. She has to like force her way into confusion about this thing to make matters worse. Okay, so trigger warning for this next part. Actual trigger warning, not like a joke trigger warning, for sexual assault and things, because this next bit is super not fun. I will put a like red thing on the screen if you want to mute until it's over. If I can figure out the timestamp, I'll put the timestamp. I tend to forget to put the timestamp though. So there will be a little fire light that you can mute or skip to when it's gone. And I want to make it clear also, when I talk about how much I love Kathy and Chris, I'm not talking about this moment. I have a selective memory and I have cut this part out of it. But what happens is that Chris is going down to steal from the room and he overhears the stepfather talking to Corinne about how he had this dream that there was this beautiful young girl who looked like a young version of his wife who came and kissed him like an angel out of heaven. How like crazy real this dream felt. And Chris is like, Jesus Christ, Kathy. He's trying to make it sound like he's pissed that could have gotten caught, but it becomes very apparent very quickly that he is very jealous, and he is like, you are mine, Kathy. Throws her on a mattress in the attic and yeah, it's Kathy doesn't call it that. This is not my opinion. I'm just telling you how it happens when they talk about it. Kathy doesn't call it that. In fact, Chris does. Chris is the one to say, I'm sorry that I you. Like, what, I'm horrible like this. Like he is fucked up by it, which is a wild thing to read. And we're in Kathy's perspective. So like she means this when she says it. We know that she's not making it up or feeling like pressured to make him feel like, she doesn't feel manipulated by his tears at all. She says, no, you didn't. Like, I could have stopped you if I wanted to. Like, I could have hit you where it hurts. Like, I could have stopped you and I didn't. She doesn't say that she enjoyed it, but she's like, it was what you needed. It's so weird and messy, and because like the incident is definitely violent and aggressive, and she acknowledges that, and she doesn't enjoy it, but she does also like call it sensuous. Listen to how she talks about it. She says, just once too often we'd tempted fate in our own sensuous natures, and I hadn't even known at the time that I was sensuous, much less that he was. I'd thought it was only beautiful music that made my heart ache and my loins crave. I hadn't known it was something far more tangible. It's very weird, and I don't like to think about it. I don't like to think about it because I like Chris and Kathy, because this book has broken my brain. So I pretend it didn't happen. We're probably not going to talk about it again, but technically speaking, it did. And this is technically their first time. That's what it is. That's that. They do not begin a sexual relationship after that because of like God, right? Like not because they don't want to, but because of God and sin and also what happens next. And so it had come to pass, just as the grandmother predicted, devil's issue, created by evil seed sown in the wrong soil, shooting up new plants to repeat the sins of the fathers and the mothers. That's where the line comes in. Isn't that so good? Isn't that so good? It's so good. But yeah, they decide not to ever do it again. And they kind of move on, which is great because they've got bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish being that the kids, the twins, are getting really sick. Like not just malnourished, not being taken care of, like deathly sick, especially the little boy named Corey. And they are so worried that they get the grandmother and the mother, and Kathy is like, he needs to be taken to a hospital. You need to take him to a hospital. And Corinne doesn't want to because she's insane. And Kathy has to yell at her at the top of her lungs and like threatens her before she finally gives in. And it's the grandmother who is like, Corinne, that child needs to go to the hospital. So they take Corey. She comes back a little bit later, but she doesn't come back with him. She comes back and she tells the kids that Corey died of pneumonia and that they are not allowed to go to his funeral because there will be no funeral, right? Chris is like, can we go to his funeral? And Corinne says, I've already buried him under a fake name. And then she leaves. And that is when Chris is like, okay, Kathy, you're right. We gotta go. We can't wait until we have enough money. We need to leave this place. It is making us sick like the Martians in War of the Worlds. That's the actual reference that he makes. I don't know. I found something very charming about that. For context, in War of the Worlds, the Martians die because the air on Earth is making them sick. Kathy's like, great, glad you got it together. Let's get the fuck out of here. They say they're going to go down and do one last haul, right? Which is what they always say, one last run. They're going to go down one last time, get all of the money and jewelry that they can. By they, I mean Chris. Chris is going to go because somebody's got to watch. Harry is like barely hanging on. And we find out what happens when Chris goes down when he comes back, because he like tells Kathy very Wuthering Heights story within a story style. He goes down, and when he gets there, it is empty. Fully empty. Everything except for their dad and her's wedding rings and a picture of their dad. Everything else is empty. Like, she moved out. They moved out. So Chris is like, we're leaving. I might as well see what else I can get, see if I can get anything else from anywhere else. And he goes to investigate further, and he finds an empty hospital-style room with like a folded up hospital bed collecting dust and like an old IV that's like been cleaned up and put away. And he's like, what is this? And then he hears these servants talking about how the grandfather has been dead for over a year. This whole like waiting until the grandfather dies and I inherit so that I can bring you guys out of the attic just didn't happen. The grandfather's been dead for over a year. And he hears that they're very chatty servants. Been dead for over a year. And the only way that Corinne can keep her fortune, because there were stipulations in the will, is that A, she never had any children by her first marriage. B, she never has any children again. Those are like the Malcolm Foxworth, her father's rules. And he also hears them talk about how apparently there is like a really bad mouse problem in the room below the attic, which is why they're never allowed up there. But they're always bringing arsenic up there to kill the mice. And Chris is like, oh my God, the donuts. the powdered donuts that they started randomly receiving. They were covered in poison. They were the mice in the attic. And as if this wasn't bad enough for Chris to have this information dumped on him while he's like hiding in a closet, the servants also like then start boning and they have sex twice while poor Chris is like sitting there, and he tells Kathy about it later and she's like, twice? And he's like, it's very possible. But like, anyway, they test the powdered donuts on dead Corey's rat mouse, Mickey, actually named Mickey, not just like me calling him Mickey. Mickey dies. They're like, damn it. And they, bag him up, bag the mouse corpse with the donuts as evidence, and grab their birth certificates from the lining of the suitcase where their mother hid them, and they dip. They book it. And that, my friends, is Flowers in the Attic. So that's all I have for now. But before we move on, let's check in with the Dollenganger family tree. So I understand that the Flowers in the Attic family tree can be rather complex. It's rather in-depth. So I have put together a helpful guide. To start off strong, all of the romantic relationships will be indicated with a red line. All of the sibling relationships will be represented by a pink line betwixt the two characters. Parent-child relationships will be blue. The adoptive parent-child relationships will be green. The cousin relationships will be yellow. And everything that's orange is just like it's some kind of other incest that I didn't have the brain cells to figure out. Starting with Corinne Foxworth. Corinne Foxworth marries Christopher Foxworth the first. They have their first child, Christopher Foxworth the second, but they give him the name Dollenganger, followed by Kathy Dollenganger and the twins Corey and Carrie Dollenganger. Now, Corinne's father is Malcolm Foxworth. Malcolm Foxworth is married to Olivia Foxworth. They have Corinne. And Christopher Dollenganger is dead. He kicks it. So rest in peace. They all go and they live in the attic. Upon his death, we are introduced to the fact that they are, in fact, half uncle, half niece. Christopher Dollenganger Foxworth is actually the brother of Malcolm Foxworth, the half brother. This is Bart Winslow. Corinne marries Bart Winslow when Malcolm Foxworth kicks it so that she can come into her money. Okay, so I know that was a lot. We're 18 pages into the script. I know that was a lot. Here's the thing. I thought that this book was like well studied. Like just because I felt like it was in the zeitgeist so much. Like the way like the Wizard of Oz books are like studied to a degree. You know what I mean? Like I assumed that it had been studied. Evidently no. Like there's nothing on JSTOR. And I really tried. I tried so hard. I found like references to it in other things about other things, but like nobody like dove into it. So I thought, okay, I'll do it, right? And then I read the book, and like while I care about literary analysis and scholarly work and advancing, the cultural media literacy, I care far more about what you think about me. As much as I care about the advancement of literature studies, I care far more about whether or not you think I'm weird in a bad way, and I am far more concerned with mitigating that risk than advancing education in any meaningful way. So now I get to do something that I never wanted to do, but alas, if someone was going to do it, it was probably going to be me anyway. So I now present to you the history of incest in English literature, I guess. Okay, so we're not technically going to do the entire history of incest in English literature. Exactly. For two reasons. One, I didn't stick to English literature. And two, you can't really do like a history of incest in literature, because when we're talking about incest, we're never really talking about incest. I mean, sometimes we are, but like usually we're not. With the exception of the medieval church, when we see incest in literature and plays and folklore and storytelling, what we're really talking about is deviance. Deviance is defined as the fact or state of departing from usual or accepted standards, especially in social or sexual behavior. We're talking about something that feels gross, something that feels like it goes against nature to someone somewhere out there. Incest as like a storytelling device works really well for this because it is both incredibly vague, incredibly vague and difficult to define, and also like the one thing that we all can kind of agree is wrong. And we don't really know why. A lot of people, mostly on Reddit, will tell you that we are like naturally, biologically hardwired not to be attracted to people that we are genetically related to. That like natural selection and evolution has figured out that procreating with someone in your gene pool leads to disastrous genetic results. And so we are like instinctively programmed to avoid it. No. I mean, maybe, but like accidental incest does happen a lot, especially when it comes to donor conceived children, because a lot of donors are not required to tell you how many times they've donated sperm. A lot of sperm banks are not required to tell you how many people have also gotten this sperm. A lot of people just lie about stuff like that. So there's several documentaries on Netflix about men who have donated sperm like monthly, weekly, just like thousands and thousands of people out there. And it is a problem in some of these communities that people find out that they know each other and that they're related. So at the end of the day, like when it comes to genetics and like natural instinct, inbred folks protecting the tribe is better than no one protecting the tribe. So like, I'm sorry. I know that that's not what you want to hear. That's not what anybody wants to hear. I bet you feel super uncomfortable right now. It makes you squirm in your seat a little bit, the idea that there is no evolutionary deterrent from incest. Because the idea is so weird. It's so weird and so gross and taboo. I considered cutting this whole bit because I was like, I don't want to be out here like a shill for incest. You know what I mean? Like, my reputation is bad enough. So here are several theories about why we actually automatically instinctively feel that it's weird, and most of them are social and cultural. The Westermarck effect is a hypothesis that children who are reared together starting before the age of 6 do develop a natural sexual aversion to each other. That has some evidence, but also like some doubters and some downfalls. It's not 100% foolproof, but it's been tested in like a couple communities. There is also a sort of sociological evolutionary theory put forward by anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss. The idea was that the prohibition of marrying and procreating within the family unit developed out of the desire to encourage mating and building relationships with people outside of the unit. It's called like exogamy. Why link up with your sister and just stick the two of you alone when you can link up with another woman, and then you get a woman, you have your sister, and you get her brother. So now you have 4 people together fighting, saving the I don't know what they're doing in the primitive societies, but like your community is larger. Levi-Strauss's theory seems to be kind of like a bit of a landmark in terms of incestuous studies. He posits the specific prohibition and the practice of it comes from this idea of gift giving, and like that early human communities relied on reciprocal gift giving and transactions for like trust and early relationship building. And what better gift to give than a woman? Additionally, by not mating with their own daughters, then keep them pure and available to be traded off to other young men in exchange for whatever. And you know, Freud had a whole other opinion. And truthfully, I couldn't give less of a shit about Freud. I couldn't care less about Freud's opinions on this. I did try to do a little bit of research on it because I'm pretty sure that like what we think in the zeitgeist is like probably not really what he was going for. That tends to be the case. And it seems like his idea of like sexual just like meant something different from the way that we think about sexual in adulthood. But it's a bummer for him because that's what we got out of it. In a nutshell, it's about subconscious sexual desires and dissatisfaction, right? Like the boys are ripped from their mother's breast by the father, and they're kind of always trying to get that level of satisfaction back. I don't know. And it's also all subconscious. People do forget the subconscious part. I don't know, but he said Electra was in love with her father, and so I don't forgive him for that. But there you go. There is my frail and half-assed attempt at defending Freud, but I don't care about Freud at all. So we don't really have a concrete answer as to why are we so uncomfortable with this idea of incest, because we are. We are. That's not really up for debate. We always have been. Even societies where it's super common to marry your cousins and your dead husband's brother is required to marry you if your husband dies, weird historical things like that. Even in those kind of societies, there was always one rule that was not your sister. It's super varied across history in terms of actual practice. It's also very sensational. It's very reaction inducing, unlike something like adultery or unmarried sex that we kind of get desensitized to over time. There's a reason that Life with Derek was as good as it is. Life with Derek wasn't that good. We just liked watching the vaguely implied incest plot just unravel.
Derek, you are the most annoying brother.
Step brother.
Same difference.
Yeah.
Bother you?
Not at all.
So, will I see you at Clink's party on Friday?
You're going to Clink's party?
Incest has an enduring sensationalism that no other social taboo has been able to cultivate. So when we look at incest in historical fiction, we find it A, everywhere, and B, always balanced very precariously on an interaction of either sex and gender and social structures and class dynamics, right? Somewhere in that intersection of things is where the incest plot plants its seed and grows. That said, it does go in and out of fashion, right? Sometimes we are more preoccupied with it than others. So we're going to talk about incest at all kinds of different places and times throughout history. But we are going to stick to one area specifically because there is nowhere in history that the incest theme is more beloved and cherished than the late 1700s, early 1800s in Germany and England, which of course means... Biscuits to talk about Lord Byron. Anyway, look, the thing about Lord Byron is that if there is something weird and sexually deviant going on in the late 18th, early 19th century literature scene, you can be sure that he's around. He's gonna pop up at some point. I promise you, there's no exception. This man is everywhere. He is in the walls. In Peter Thorslev's Incest as a Romantic Symbol, he writes, among the major English romantics, Byron and Shelley exploited the theme extensively, because of course they did. Byron in 2 of his narrative poems and 3 of his dramas, and Shelley in 2 narrative poems, the Cenci, and incidentally or by implication in such poems as Alastor and Epipsychidion. Poughkeepsie. I dare Shelley to say Schuylkill. Okay, so for context, English harlot Lord George Gordon Byron, the 6th Baron, was born in 1788. He was a poet who was constantly in debt and probably fucking both your wife and your husband. He just kind of fucked around and found out until 1824, where he, died as a war hero in Greece or something. It's a lot. It's too much. It's so much that I've been working on a video about it for 2 years. It's a lot. Okay? Also, somebody beat me to it a couple months ago, and so it's on the back burner. He was a big deal, all right? Everyone was obsessed with him, including his sister, Augusta. Well, half-sister. But that's not at all relevant to this conversation, is it? Here's the thing. While Byron definitely wrote about incest, he certainly was not the first to do so. One of the first Gothic dramas was Horace Walpole's The Mysterious Mother. So what I didn't tell you earlier when I was talking about the staples in Gothic fiction being big mysterious castles and mansions and supernatural elements and themes of isolation, they're also about incest. All of them. It's definitely not all of them, but a lot of them. Incest is very common in Gothic works of all generations, and it's very conveniently left off most of the lists of most common Gothic tropes when you Google it, but that's not for me to be concerned about. I shouldn't be arguing for more incest. That's not helping my case. But anyway, The Mysterious Mother, which Byron praised as a tragedy of the highest order, in true Gothic fashion, the whole plot is not revealed until the very last scene, when the hero finds out that the young woman that he has just married is not only his sister, but also his daughter. Which I found this out in another piece, and I laughed so hard in the middle of a coffee shop. So like, his mother switched places with his lover from like years ago, and just like tricked him into the incest, and then kept his daughter as a secret and put him into exile. And then when he like comes back, she like manipulates things so that he like runs into his daughter's sister unbeknownst to him, courts her, marries her, and then the mom pops out, reveals everything, and then just like finger wags at the monks who performed the ceremony, and like and like that's it. The funniest thing is that in that same piece, Incest as a Romantic Symbol, Peter Slesov writes, and our surprised hero replies in what must be the understatement of 18th century literature, incest! Good heavens! Which is just so funny. Same. Like, that's, to be fair, that is also the reaction that I had upon reading Flowers in the Attic. So, now, Byron liked it, but not everybody else did. One critic called it the most disgusting, vile, detestable composition that ever came from the hand of man, which is subtle. But funny enough, Walpole himself wrote what is described as an apologetic postscript, so like a little bit at the end, where he basically writes, "Sorry, I just wanted to shake things up. I was desirous of striking out a little on the uncommon road and of introducing some novelty on our English stage." Anyway, The Mysterious Monk is also unique in it's not The Mysterious Monk, it's The Mysterious Mother. Did I call it The Mysterious Monk in this whole section? Yes, I did. All right, well, we're going to do our best not to keep saying that. Anyway, The Mysterious Mother is also unique in its sort of variation on the incest plot line. It's mother-son incest brand. And usually when there is, mother-son incest, they're not actually mother and son. They're usually stepmother and son. But when they are actually mother and son, usually neither of them knows that this is what's happening when it's happening. The fact that she knew in The Mysterious Mother was A, rather scandalous at the time, to imply that a woman could victimize a man in such a way, and B, a reflection of like general anxiety regarding women, particularly older women who no longer had a male protector, women who might possibly have like a little bit of sexual agency and what kind of crazy, wacky, evil things they could get up to without a man around to keep them in line. What will these women do with all of this sexual freedom if their husbands are dead? Very scary, scary stuff, I'm sure. Again, that's kind of like the outlier. Most of the time, it's a mutual attraction, right? They don't know. For example, Oedipus. I know that I talk about Oedipus all the time. I'm starting to worry about the effect that it's going to have on my reputation, but it's too late, okay? It's too late. Oedipus killed his father, married his mother because he was trying to avoid killing his father and marrying his mother, but he didn't know that his parents that tried to have him killed as a baby because they thought that their baby was going to grow up and kill his father and marry his mother. That's the plot, okay? I talk about it forever in this video. And for the record, I have more complicated and deep feelings on Oedipus as a representation of fate, but it's also about incest, so. Peter Thorslov writes that if Greek audiences considered Oedipus guilty of hubris, they probably did so less because of his having assumed a divine prerogative in judging fate and his fellow man, than because in committing incest and patricide, however unwittingly, he had emulated Zeus and thus aspired to a moral freedom properly reserved for divinity. It's not just gross, it's out of line. Because, like, the gods do incest all the time. The Persephone is the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. Like, nobody cares when they do it because they can smite you. Humans don't get that privilege. We're not allowed. We're not allowed to do that, and humans don't have the moral absolution, moral transcendence that the gods do, and that is the crime. One of the crimes. It's a very layered, complicated text. Anyway, an analysis of the trope in Chinese narratives by Tong King Li notes that pseudo-incestuous entanglements are far more common, meaning that like stepmother and stepson families by marriage or adoption, they're way more common in the Eastern versions. Liu Heng's novella The Obsessed, no relation to the first draft of Flowers in the Attic, follows a young peasant who had been taken care of by his uncle and his step-aunt, and after his uncle's death begins an affair with said step-aunt. German poet Friedrich Schiller's 1787 play Don Carlos features a similar plot where the son is in love with his father's much younger wife. The general theme of especially mother-son based incest, which is about hierarchy and about social structures and class transcendence. Prior to the 18th century, rules of like kinship, who was related to who, was almost always like indistinguishable from like sexuality and who could have sex with who, because you were only really supposed to be sleeping with people that you were married with. So if there were rules about who you could marry, then the rules about who you could sleep with were included. And all of those rules were only ever important because of who got the boat when daddy died. Who gets the boat? Who gets the jewels? We talked about feudal rights in the Succession video forever, and the endlessly agonizing war that goes on in these like high-powered, in old school like kings and queens and aristocratic families, and nowadays these big business moguls and things like that. These families are so obsessed with control and controlling the lands and the money and the people, and yet they have no control over who their family is. You cannot control who you're born to, and you cannot control who is born to you. I think I described it as trying to wrap a glass bottle around an atom bomb, and that kind of relates to this as well, in the sense that like family and structure really don't get along very well. Nancy L. Fisher writes in Oedipus Rex, which is a great title, The Moral Boundaries of Incest, rules governing appropriate and inappropriate marriage partners ensured that wealth circulated among families only through legitimate kin. The incest taboo was the penultimate rule of pre-modern kinship. The old school rules were set up really to focus on having a clear-cut way to designate legitimate and illegitimate heirs. This way, a king can have as many bastard children as he wants, and not a single one of them gets to claim the throne, right? So like 95% of the time when you see what is mostly stepmother, stepson situations, it's usually going to go down like this. The father has remarried to a much younger woman who is significantly closer in age to the adult son. And usually they connect. The father then becomes an obstacle to their happiness, and it is the son's job essentially to usurp the throne and take his father's place, usually by killing his father. And then finally, there is usually still some sort of punitive consequence for the incest. You don't all get off scot-free. That's more or less how it goes. Different kind of variations on that, but those are more or less the bones of it. In this context, Lee writes that incest thus turns into a politicized gesture, fused with the impassioned protagonist's double desire for older women and youthful modernity. That such confusion/overturning in turn is often parallel to fundamental changes in the socio-political realm, such as the collapse of a political regime. Because there is kind of like an element of that is out with the old, in with the new, right? Like down with the old regime and in with the new. I mean, the father replaced the wife, right? He brought in a new young wife, and it's like we also need a new young sort of masculine ruler in this family that is a metaphor for the world or whatever. I don't know. It's about changes in class structure, and we see similar themes in different variation with like different commentary when we look at the other very popular incest dynamic in literature, which is the father-daughter dynamic. Which, I remind you again, is not in the Electra story. Electra was not in love with her father. She was very valid in her anger at her mother. I will die on that hill. Okay, we're not going to talk about this one for too long because I think it's gross, and so do the people who wrote about it. This is like almost universally condemned in romantic literature, which is rarely in the romantic era, to be fair. I know people are very picky about what year the eras are in. Gothic and romantic is always a mess. We're talking everywhere from like 1750 to like 1830. Okay, that's 1850. We're talking about theme and vibe. Okay, so I don't know what specific year we're talking about, but theme and vibe. So the Romantics didn't use this one very often. They used another one. And even when like the traditional Gothic writers did use it, there's a very clear take being had, which is father-daughter incest bad, okay? It's always bad. The symbolic implications of this type of incest are the most obvious and of course are not peculiar to the Romantic age, although they were then most intensely felt. But there are also other like implications of this, right? This father-daughter incest represents a lot of things. Peter Thorself writes, the sense of the past being parasitic upon the future, of fathers, authorities, institutions, and traditions having outlived their usefulness, but being unwilling to grow old gracefully and wither away, and even attempting grotesquely to renew their youth by devouring their young or reproducing upon them. Today we talk about like super old businessmen who marry like 21-year-olds, like Leonardo DiCaprio only dating girls under 25 because he's desperately trying to hold on to his youth when he was at his peak. Like a similar feeling to that. We use a lot more realism today than they were doing back in the 18th and 19th centuries. They were just kind of figuring out that you could just like write anything you wanted. And so a lot of it's fucking wild and very horny. This does appear quite a bit in the Gothic works, in the late 1700s. And they also thought it was shitty, to the point where you can safely consider the flight from the incestuous father as the center of your bingo card when reading these stories. They're always running. And what I think is really like manifested in this is a couple of things. One, it's just like patriarchy in general, right? It's about men who take and take and take and take and pass women around like a bong at a party. And to see them or read about them taking and enacting that control like within their family, it's the ultimate transgression. Again, also a lot of times when we say like father-daughter incest, it's not always blood relation in the sort of older 1700s Gothic works. A lot of times it is, like the Castle of Otranto is father and daughter-in-law, or like father figure, like they pawn, like women kind of get passed around from, father figure to father figure. They're sold, they're adopted, things like that. And the man in question who is supposed to be acting as a father figure often then becomes creepy. Cue the flight from the incestuous father. Great example of this is our girl Anne Radcliffe's The Romance of the Forest from 1791, which contains what looks like it might be father-daughter incest, but is revealed to actually be attempted uncle-daughter incest. Long story short, Adeline essentially gets passed around from man to man who acts as her father figure, constantly trading her back and forth. And then at the end, it is revealed that this one who really wanted to marry her and then also really wanted her dead, killed her father, took his fortune, and was trying to marry her to kind of keep her from finding out and inheriting everything. But he feels bad when he dies, and he gives a confession on his deathbed, and she gets to keep her money. Which one of these things was written by a woman? I joke, but the fact that Anne Radcliffe is a woman and her take on this father-daughter incest trope is different. And there are other women writers from this time whose you can tell in the way that their stories are structured. Jenny Placid makes a really interesting point here in Gothic Incest, Gender and Sexuality and Transgression from the Manchester University Press. In its father-daughter configuration, incest is a pivotal part of uncovering the Gothic's rejection of patriarchal culture and passive feminism, because it demonstrates that the patriarchal protection system is one that cannot be trusted, no matter how disposed it is to manipulation. People were really mad about Anne Radcliffe's books because they thought women were getting too many scary ideas in their head reading them, that they were too scary for the girls and too sexual for the girls, and this idea that women are soft and needed to be protected was very common. And yet we know that this incest does happen in the real world, and it's awful, pervasive, and the consequences are horrific, and using it and putting it on display in this way kind of exposes the idea that, like, these men can't even protect the women in their family. They're not even able to restrain themselves around their daughters. How can we expect them to restrain themselves anywhere else? Also, like, Adeline's really interesting because she actually does, like, feel some affection for the men who take care of her, and she does have sexual desires. She's very sexual, and she has agency in that sense. And it's because she has sexual desires of her own, she understands the sexual desires that they have and is able to use that to manipulate them in order to get herself and her age-appropriate lover away to freedom several times. All of these women do. The flight from the incestuous father, like, they have to escape, and then they're usually out on their own for a long time, and they're fine. They're fine. Like, they don't need protection. No matter how many times Adeline faints, she always gets back up. Duplassig describes her as removing herself from the trafficking of women, and she is an adult as well. So, like, I hope that you see kind of what I mean when I say, like, when we're talking about incest, we're never really talking about incest. We're always talking about something more and something bigger. I think that it's really easy for us to use incest for this because I think that it's something that we don't understand. I think it feels like not real in a way to a lot of us because it's all sensation. It's all about structures and class roles and, like, where are the lines and how did they get there. I just think that, like, this is just one way that people, especially during this time period and others, latched onto it and found that they were able to express that. We're talking about transgressions of social roles and patriarchy and economics. You know, we can read mother and son incest as comments on social structures and family hierarchies and blah, blah, blah. And we can read the father-daughter incest storylines as gross and about patriarchy and women's empowerment. And we can do all of that. And that's all true. But there is one other common brand of incest that we haven't talked about. The most important brand of incest, I think. The brand of incest that, instead of being condemned by the narratives in which it finds itself, is instead victim to circumstances of tragedy. A martyr, slain on the pyre of true love, destined to burn in the flames of the star-crossed hell for all of eternity, sentenced to death by the very hands of every author who dare lift their pen in its name. Every author except for one. Part 3! Sick of these motherfucking petals on this motherfucking wind. So if the motto of Flowers in the Attic was, what is happening? Then the motto of Petals on the Wind is just, Kathy, no! Petals on the Wind is the second book in the Dollenganger series. It's the sequel to Flowers in the Attic. It is also my favorite of the 4, and it is the audiobook that I was listening to when I was filming that dinner clip video. I will hopefully remember to tell you when we get to that part, because I think I forgot to put it in the script. Thankfully, we start off pretty much exactly where we left off with the kids, which is my favorite thing in a sequel. I don't like picking up 6 months later. Give me 2 hours or 20 years, that's it. The kids are on a bus and they are heading, hopefully, to Sarasota. That's where they're going. But Carrie is vomiting all over the place, and they are genuinely quite worried that she's not going to make it. Luckily, though, they meet Henny. Henny Beach is the first Black character that we have seen in this series. She's one of maybe, like, 2, I think, total from the, like, initial original V.C. Andrews books. And while she's not a major character by any means, I do want to take a minute to talk about her. But Henny Beach is introduced to us as a large Black woman who is carrying a bunch of shopping bags and gets on the bus that they are on. Everybody on the bus is being really snooty because Carrie is vomiting all over everything in the back. And Henny Beach, without a single word, threatens the bus driver into driving off his route to her doctor-son house to take the kids to her doctor-son. I say she does this without a single word, and that's because Henny doesn't speak. She can hear, but she is mute. We don't really know why. I'm kind of afraid to ask, to be perfectly honest. She signs a bit, and she also writes things down. So she basically writes a note and threatens the bus driver with legal action so that he takes them to her doctor-son, who is not actually her son, but but is actually a doctor. He is actually the doctor for whom she is the housekeeper. Her only other black character is a woman named Rye Whiskey, who is the cook for a wealthy family in Boston. So, like, it's not great. The later books do attempt more diversity, but they fail miserably for reasons that we'll get into later. But the main, initial V.C. Andrews books are truly just very, very white. But, you know, like, considering all the incest, it kind of makes sense. And, like, to be fair, the first book was literally just 4 kids in an attic. So, like, there's not a lot of space for representation. But I do still think it's something to call out. In a blog post called The Unbearable Whiteness of Being an Andrews Character, an anonymous blog writer describes V.C. Andrews' writing of people of color as genteel racism, with a logic that goes something like, I am a white writer and as such have no experience with persons of color as individuals. It's not that I don't like them, heavens, no, it's just that I fear that I, ensconced in my whiteness, can never do justice to their inner nobility, and also because I am secretly terrified of being called a racist. Therefore, I will go out of my way to include them in my work, and furthermore, I will make them dear and kind and decent and well-nigh saintly, prescribing no negative stereotypes. How can that possibly be racist? Like, it's giving Gone with the Wind. It's giving Scarlett O'Hara giving the slaves ham at Christmas. Like, it's not the ideal approach, okay? Especially because the tradition of Southern Gothic literature is, for better or worse, mostly worse, very much concerned with race relations in the South, and it highlights racial tensions. Again, usually by white people who were mad about it, but, like, it is a little disappointing to see the 20th century take on Southern Gothic just leave that out entirely and not really even try to kind of engage with that aspect of the South, particularly because, like, the novel is set in the 60s. To be fair, is the incest lady in the attic really the person that we want tackling race relations in Virginia in the 60s? I don't know. That's not for me to decide, to be honest, but that is a question. For obvious reasons, I'm not the judge of what's good representation, but the blog post author did say this. She said, you know what you want when you come to a V.C. Andrews novel: rape, incest, murder, madness, and family trees that look more like Christmas wreaths. You want ballerinas who miscarry on stage and sexual deviants that miscarry on their cousins' carpets. You want infant abductions and vain psycho bitch foster mothers. If we wanted gritty urban realism, we know where to find that shit. And here are some places you can find that shit. But what was that she said about miscarrying on the dance floor? Henny takes the kids to the house of her doctor's son, who again is a man that she works for and not her son. His name is Paul. He saves Carrie's life from arsenic poisoning, because remember that time their mother fed them powdered donuts covered in arsenic? Cures her of her arsenic poisoning, and then convinces them to stay with him because, like, his wife and son are dead and sad, and it's sad, and he's got this, like, big empty house, and they go to the court and their mom doesn't show up, so she forfeits and he gets, you know, custody of them. It's during Kathy's big audition for the local dance school that she collapses and is, like, bleeding down her legs, and she wakes up in the hospital, and they tell her that she has had a D&C, which is an abortion procedure, but they assure her that she wasn't pregnant. It was because there was, like, years of buildup because she wasn't getting her period because of malnutrition, and it, like, dislodged or something. And, like, we don't actually find out if this is true. It comes up again later, but, like, Kathy's panicking because she thinks that her and her brother conceived an evil demon-spawned Jersey Devil baby. And so she's terrified, but all of the men in the room are like, don't worry, it was nothing. Kathy takes that as is and is like, thank God Chris and I didn't accidentally conceive an evil two-headed monster baby. And also she gets into the dance company. Great. Apart from that relatively close call regarding a demon spawn, we do actually kind of table the incest for a while, because they're both like, we can't do that. That's, like, the one thing we shouldn't be doing. Kathy's got 2 main goals in Petals on the Wind. First one is not to be her mother, which includes not fucking her brother. And 2, to ruin her mother's life. If you're thinking that those 2 things sound like they might be in conflict, you are correct. They are a bit at odds with each other, as you can imagine, but she is handling it. Since they threw out the evidence of what she did to them because they didn't want the cops to, like, separate them as siblings, she has to get creative. And nobody does revenge like Kathy Dollenganger does revenge, okay? My mother killed to gain a fortune. Julia killed for revenge. Was I going to do the same thing? No, of course not. My way would be better much better, for she lived to suffer on and on and on. She commits to the bit, okay? Kathy does not let it go. She cannot get over this anger on her mother, with good reason, right? Because her mother did kill her brother and try to kill all of them. Chris is kind of over it. Chris is like team, like, let's not hold on to anger. Let's like move forward in this like new great positive direction that we have. And Kathy is like, I think that every single thing that goes wrong in my life is actually Corinne's fault. And she's correct. So let's talk about Corinne for a minute, and the question that plagues Kathy for most of the entire series, which is, what kind of mother kills her own children? It's the question of the hour. And the first obvious comparison I think to make is with Medea, or Medea, however you want to pronounce it. The tabloid version of that story is basically that like Medea kills her children because her husband is cheating on her, and that's like half true. There's just more to it. Medea's husband, Jason of all names, he isn't just like having an affair. He is fully leaving her in ancient Greece. He is abandoning her to marry the son of King Creon, who is the uncle of Oedipus's incest babies, Antigone, which, yes, does make him Oedipus's brother. I could have said it that way. Anyway, he's abandoning her. She's being exiled. He is planning to take the children with him and have their marriage declared illegitimate because she's a foreigner, right? So he's like, you're foreign, so our marriage doesn't count anyway. Get out, which is already context enough, right? But then if you also look at like the lore of Medea, like her backstory, she had previously used her magic, because she's got magic, to help him accomplish several big adventures, like big huge tasks that he had to accomplish, and she killed her own brother to help him escape. So like there's already a lot going on there. Basically, she gets exiled, and on her way out the door, she kills both of her own sons and Jason's new bride, using the same method that guy in Ella Enchanted did with the poison in the crown during the coronation. She kills all three of them, not because she's like angry and crazy, though she probably is, but she does it because it will leave him without an heir or a legacy for the rest of his life. What's interesting about this instance of her killing her children is that, unlike a story like Agamemnon, which is like the House of Atreus, Electra, that whole story, Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter Iphigenia to win a war. And that action, like narratively, starts several plays worth of family trauma. Like generations are suffering for that. It's so bad that like Athena herself has to come in and restructure the justice system of Greece. So like it's very much condemned by the narrative in that, but then in Medea's narrative, she is like welcomed into Athens and offered refuge after everything that she's done. They're like, hey, don't worry, you're good, we got you. It's like going to Russia after you're a whistleblower, you know what I mean? Like they just take her in, and the narrative venerates her. She's like a hero, because I think that there is something that is sort of fundamentally dishonorable and sort of wrong in the way that Jason was choosing to just like illegitimize their marriage and to just like transgress those roles, to strip her of the role of wife when she has borne him children and things like this. So she has her place, and he is, you know, thinking that he can just move on because there's a hot young thing in another kingdom. And the narrative, the gods, the universe, Medea is like, no, not how it's gonna work. And even more so, it's interesting because of how it fits into that same thing that we were talking about earlier with like Kathy being in the role of mother and the role of wife, right? When Jason strips her of the role of wife, she inevitably also ends up stripping herself of the role of mother. They come as a pair, and when she loses one, the only way that she can kind of like enter hero-dom or heroinism is like by sacrificing her title of mother. In the Oedipus complex, Antigone and Electra, the woman as hero and victim, Dorothy Wilner writes, Medea is a pragmatic contrast to the virtuous wives of Greek mythology. She may be taken as a paradigm of the ultimate possibilities and limits of a woman in Greek myth and tragedy. A woman who kills, yet unlike Clytemnestra, does not die. Put aside as wife, Medea refuses to be a victim. She is not a hero, but she takes revenge, and in doing so, reverses gender roles. But Corinne does not do that. Corinne doesn't reverse shit. Corinne doesn't kill her children in like an act of agency. She doesn't do it out of vengeance or statehood. She does it out of cowardice. She's not taking revenge on anyone she's running away. Corinne is forced out of her role as wife by fate alone. She's just like a car accident. And instead of choosing to act, instead of stepping into the story and taking action the way that characters like Antigone and Electra do, she retreats immediately back into the role of daughter. She sequesters herself herself into the domestic sphere, which I had to have read. There's no way I came up with that on my own. Sequesters herself to the domestic sphere? I didn't source it. But the point I'm making is that the role of daughter is incompatible with the role of mother, and she willingly forfeits the role of mother because of it. She gives up that responsibility, she gives up her children in order to maintain her position under the care of her father, who is also, when we think about it, controlling her body even from beyond the grave, right? He stipulates in her will that she may not have had any children and she may not continue to have any children in her future. So I'm not saying that she's not, like, down bad, but, like, she doesn't actually care about her role as mother. She also is unlike Medea because she does not succeed in killing her children. Not all of them, at least. She kills one, but then she doesn't stick around to, like, poison the rest of them. She just leaves it up to the grandmother, who willingly takes on the task, sure, but she doesn't kill the others, she leaves them. She does not strip herself of the role of mother like Medea did, because she failed to fully accept that she was giving up her role as mother. She ultimately was not able to start over and start a new life for happily ever after, because her old life follows her around. Kathy follows her around. And Kathy Dollenganger does not do anything by halves, something that Corinne would know if she hadn't abandoned her in an attic. In a plan that puts Amanda Tanner to shame, Kathy's plot, decided on in, like, chapter 1, is this. She is going to be the world's best, most beautiful dancer. She's going to be wildly successful, and she is going to bump into her mother's husband, who is several years younger than her mother, but still older than Kathy. She is going to seduce him, and then afterwards, she is going to tell him who she is and watch his world fall apart, which is fucking sick. And she does it too. Like, she does it. I'll tell you right out, she fucking does it. With some slight alterations along the way, but more or less, she is wildly successful in this mission. There are just a few minor twists and turns that, you know, affects, alterations, slight gravity adjustments. What am I thinking of? Minor tweaks along the way to the plan. One of which being Paul.
What do you want, Paul? Excuse me?
So Kathy tries to seduce Paul when she is like 15, okay? First things first. And he is like, no, but she is like, yes. And he is like, no, and stop asking or I will say yes, which is like, sir. It's actually a ridiculous conversation because they have been living with him for like 2 months, okay? And after the whole not miscarriage thing, when Kathy is telling Chris that they can't be together because he's gonna go to medical school and leave her, and also because she's his sister, Chris is like, well, don't enchant our new father doctor too much, trying to escape your feelings for me. And she is like, that is ridiculous. Although now that you mention it, he does have excellent bone structure. So she's like, hey. And he's like, no. And she's like, yes. They don't. But like, they do argue about it. And she accuses him of taking her to bed with his eyes, which in any other context would be an amazing sentence to read. Alas, it is not. Ridiculous things are said in this conversation. At one point, they're just like yelling at each other because he won't abuse her. And he is like, what did you do with your brother when you were locked up there, when you were all alone? And Kathy is like, fuck. And she says, seized by panic, I shook my head and pushed his hands from my shoulders. Chris and I were decent. We did the best we could. And he's immediately like, the best you could? Yeah, Kathy, not the best word choice. And then he's basically like, I shouldn't have asked. Of course you had to look at each other. That's why we have eyes. Which also, no, Dr. Paul, they didn't, but okay. Anyway, they don't get together, thank God. And neither do her and Chris, much to his dismay. Kathy spends most of her time dancing and writing threatening letters to her mother, which I love. I love this for her. I love Kathy being in her violent serial killer note era. She just kind of like follows her mother around via like the tabloids because her mom's like a socialite heiress lady, and so she just like cuts out all the newspaper clippings of her and like follows where she is and just like plots her demise and constantly warns her via letter that she could in fact pop out of the woodwork at any given moment and that Corinne should be terrified. I mean, she won't, of course. She's not going to do that because she's going to play the long game. So she has to be a prima ballerina first. And she has this dance partner named Julian, who apparently they create like a magic on stage. And they go on a few dates, but she's not vibing with it. So she sets her sights back on Paul. And like what you think is going to happen, okay? What you think is going to happen in this story is that she is going to go after Paul. And Paul is going to take advantage of her and quench her dreams and like make her life worse because he's an adult and she's a child. And you think that you're gonna wish that she had gone and been with Julian. Nope, this is V.C. Andrews' world and we're just living in it. And in V.C. Andrews' world, Dr. Paul is the most supportive 42-year-old boyfriend you've ever met. He wants her to go follow her dreams. He is not jealous of her dancing with Julian. And Julian, the age-appropriate, boy, is a prick. He is awful. He freaks out because she won't date him. He leaves her in the middle of Brooklyn in 1960 in the pouring rain and steals her purse and just leaves her on the street. He's just like generally very, very shitty. And the only other option is her brother. So it just works out that like the societally appropriate choice in Julian, the non-deviant choice for Kathy, is like the wrong choice for her, like health and safety emotionally and physically. And the deviant choice, the like non-societally appropriate choice, Paul, who is like this old man doctor person, is actually the healthy choice for her emotionally and like the better option, which is insane. And also why she is like 5 minutes from marrying him when his sister comes into town. She like corners Kathy in a dressing room. The sister is like, damn, like such a shame that you don't know anything about the fact that Paul's wife is totally super still alive and he's lying to you about everything. Bummer. And also you definitely did have an abortion and he's lying about it. For whatever reason, Kathy like instantly believes this, and Kathy just like so overcome with rage that she got it wrong. She's so upset and just like feels so stupid and small for like getting it wrong that she immediately fucking marries evil dance partner Julian, like on the spot. It's like cut to the courthouse the next day. Like she marries him, they get on a plane and they go on tour in London, and insanity, he turns out to be like a horrifically abusive prick and cheats on her with like young girls, including, we find out later, her sister Carrie, which has its own whole complicated storyline. It's a whole mess, this Kathy and Julian thing. And then Kathy gets pregnant, and then he is injured beyond repair in a car accident and kills himself by cutting his own life support line because he'll never dance again. So she moves back home with Paul to have his like evil dancing baby. And that is like part one. Okay. I know it's a lot. I'm sorry. I told you. But like this book covers like 15 years, I think, of Kathy's life, maybe 20. Covers a lot of time. Okay, so she goes back and she has Julian's baby, which, prepare yourself, she names his baby fucking Jory, putting Bella and Edward's Renesmee to shame, right? Like, I read this and I was like, is this where Stephanie Meyer got the idea of that stupid name combination thing? Anyway, it's Tori and Julian, the dumbest name in the history of names, and it always gets auto-corrected to Joey when I'm typing this script, so hopefully I'll get it right every time, but you never know. So she has this fucking baby, and there's like a few years of like her, Carrie, Paul, Jory, and Chris occasionally kind of living under the same roof, but Kathy is still harboring like hella resentment, right? She's still following Corinne via news, trying to like adjust her plan now that she has a child. Still sending threatening letters, don't worry. Her logic, which is like, she's not wrong, but like her logic is like, I wouldn't have felt the need to marry Julian so instantly if it weren't for her and her confusing me and forcing me into this weird relationship with my brother by locking me in an attic with him and telling us about our incestuous past. Basically, kind of like everything that has happened since they left the attic is in fact Corinne's fault. So she's like stewing in this, and she is like, okay, you know what? Baby's not breastfeeding anymore. Back to business. Packs up Jory and Carrie and moves to a small cottage on the edge of the grounds of Foxworth Hall. So Kathy is in fact quite unhinged, especially for someone whose job is teaching children to dance. One of the first things that she does when she gets to this cottage in Foxworth Hall is takes the key that they made in the attic that she has kept and breaks into the house through the attic wearing this white tutu ballet dance outfit that's like angelic and like white swanny, sneaks into the grandmother's room, the now senile grandmother who is on her deathbed, barely able to speak, like hooked up to machines. She sneaks into her room and she is like, "Remember me, bitch? You thought you'd seen the last of me." She just like evil villains her shit around this terrified looking old woman. And she clocks it. She's like, "I saw the moment she recognized me and that was like the best feeling in my entire life," or something like that. It's so good. She goes in fucking sane on this woman. She whips her, she flips her over and whips her on her back and pours hot wax all over her and then flips her back over so nobody can see it. And so she's just like sitting, like writhing in pain after Kathy leaves. And it's like fucking insane. And then she goes home and she strikes up an affair with her mother's husband, Bart. I know, his name is Bart. So she strikes up this affair with Bart by having him be her lawyer and then kind of deliberately just being like, "Doesn't your wife suck? Aren't I like a prettier version of your wife?" And he kind of reluctantly agrees to it, and they do strike up this affair. They have like this vaguely antagonistic relationship, those two, and she is kind of like slow and steady wins the race. She's really trying to like power through and just like play by the book that she knows will work and get him to fall in love with her, but it's like not working as well as she would like. She doesn't really feel like he loves her. I think she says at one point, like, "I could hear him telling me how much I mattered to him in a tone that told me I didn't." And I was like, damn, what a line, but also like, been there, that fucking sucks. And meanwhile, Carrie, who is living there with her, has met a boy. She's met a boy who loves her. He is like a minister though, which is a big bummer for everybody involved because she feels super guilty about not only like being an incest baby, but like the fact that when she and Julian had that affair, she's a child, so not really, but like she enjoyed it, right? She liked being with him and she liked what he did to her body, and so she feels like awful and disgusting about that, and she feels like there's no way that this minister boy is ever gonna love me, and so she buys herself a box of powdered donuts, covers them in arsenic, and herself, which is devastating and forces Kathy into overdrive. She has to kick things into high gear because she is done dealing with Bart's bullshit not falling in love with her as quickly as she wanted. She's like, we're over this. So she invites Bart over and she doesn't dress up. She wears like jeans and a t-shirt, no makeup on, doesn't accept his flowers, feeds him a meal of like kids' chicken tenders, like a meal for toddlers, and basically dares him to fuck her. And it totally fucking works. That man falls for her so hard. I don't know what it is about this incest baby that has every man that she brushes past in a hallway dying for her, but she does something. There's something about her. And even Chris notices it when Paul starts to be possibly seeing someone back home. Chris tells Kathy this because of course he does, and he's like, "Oh, maybe, dear sister, you have finally met a man who can get over loving you," which is like kind of a sick burn in Chris and Kathy land. Either way, works out. She does sort of develop some feelings for Bart though, which is complicating things, but either way, she commits to the plan. Mission accomplished. Kathy gets pregnant. She gets pregnant and then she goes to a tailor. She goes to a tailor and she has a dress custom made for her, okay? And it's a very specific dress. An exact detail for detail replica of the dress that her mother wore on the Christmas party at Foxworth Hall where she met Bart. And then a few weeks later, Corinne, who still has no idea that she even exists, let alone that she's fucking her husband in her backyard. Corinne is hosting a Christmas party at Foxworth Hall. Kathy puts on her dress, she does her hair and makeup, and remember, she looks exactly like her mother. She's like the spitting image. And she puts on this outfit, she packs up her little bag with photocopies of her birth certificate because she's not an idiot. She's not going to bring the originals. She sneaks into Foxworth Hall with that little fucking key, and mid-party, she creeps in. She comes like parading down the curling staircase, like glass clinking, looking exactly like her mother, telling everyone the story about how her and her siblings were locked in the attic of this house for 3 years. and she just airs the whole thing out, and it's fucking amazing. It's so insane. It's so insane. It's so good. There's so much about this book that I was like, about, but this moment like made it worth it for sure. This is so satisfying. Bart keeps trying to play it off like, haha, what a funny joke we're playing, and Kathy's like, this is not a fucking joke. Like, Kathy's like, absolutely, who do you think you are? Because they end up in like a small room having like a tiny spat about it, and the grandmother's there like, yeah, it happened, I definitely tried to kill those kids. Corinne is like so devastated by her like life falling apart. She sort of runs out and sets the house on fire. So now the house is burning, and also Chris shows up for some reason. Chris like comes bursting in, and he's like, Kathy, we gotta go. And she's like, how did you, what? Now it's Chris, Kathy, Bart, the grandmother, Corinne has dipped, and now the house is on fire. They all escape except the grandmother because she can't walk. So Corinne sends Bart back in to go save her. He and the grandmother both die in the fire. And Foxworth Hall burns to the ground. There's no more wine left in this glass. It's so sick. It's so good. It's so cool. And it's like very symbolic that we're burning this Gothic castle that we were captured in forever. It's very symbolic. It's very cool. I love it. Corinne like fakes insanity, I think, or maybe she is insane, one of the two. So she gets taken away in a straitjacket, and Kathy is once again left alone and pregnant with a toddler and Chris. So she goes home. She finally marries Paul, who is super old by now, right? And maybe that's a blessing in disguise, because they're married for like 3 years before he's like on his deathbed, and the like last dying wish that he has is for her to go and be with Chris. She just like tells her like, you should probably go be with Chris. Like he's waited long enough. And you know what? He has. That man has been holding a candle for Kathy Dollenganger since they left the attic. He has on several occasions told her, can't we just be together and not sleep together? Like he said like, hey, we don't even have to touch. You can go fuck whoever you want. Just live with me and let me like love you in proximity. Like he fucking loves this girl. He hated Julian. He hated Julian so much they got in like a literal fight one time, and Kathy says, my head swiveled between the two of them, and it was hard to decide who was the better looking. Which, Kathy, to be fair, probably none of this would have happened if she had just been with Chris from the beginning, but not that I'm encouraging incest, which, no, what am I kidding? A huge part of the choices that she makes that end up deterring her from her revenge plot and resulting in the death of an abusive dancer husband are because she is like actively trying to avoid becoming her mother. The rules for that are like, don't do incest and don't kill your kids. So like a lot of this is because she is not just like with Chris. Like, not to victim blame, but is that victim blaming? Probably. To be fair, like a huge part of the reasons she makes the choices she does are the result of her actively trying to avoid becoming her mother by avoiding like fucking her brother. Which is a ridiculous thing to say in a tone like that, but this book is full of ridiculous phrases like, perhaps you would rather see your husband dead than married to your daughter. Also, Chris and Kathy are not subtle, right? Like, Paul noticed, most people noticed, Carrie noticed. Like, Carrie tells her at one point, I'm not dumb, Kathy. I know that you and Chris look at each other the way that Alex and I do. It's just, they just get each other, right? It just works. They just have a connection, okay? And maybe we should try and figure out why. There's just something about them. There's just something about these two crazy kids. So we can finally kind of circle back to the third most common configuration of incest in literature, which is siblings. I didn't include this earlier because it is so different from both parental versions of this. It's so unique in the sense that like it's not super common in like the strictly Gothic last half of the 1700s, but it's so popular in the Romantic era. The Romantics are obsessed with sibling incest because this was absolutely their favorite brand of incest, and they wrote like proper love stories, like brawling epics about both knowingly and unknowingly committing sibling incest. They really loved it, and it really, I think, for them highlights the questions that people were asking at the time about morality, about who decides what is morally right and morally wrong, about how we love each other, how we love ourselves. It works for a lot of those because it is a victimless crime, like, more or less. It doesn't have quite the violent implications that the other ones do. The Romantics, they were always like searching. They were on this quest for understanding of the self and true pure love and feeling. They valued like deep emotional experiences, and were obsessed with this thing like the sublime, which was like something so beautiful it was painful, and like so magnificent it could maybe kill you. Like big feelings these guys were after. And Alan Richardson writes in The Dangers of Sympathy, Sibling Incest in English Romantic Poetry that when the Romantics portray an erotic relationship, and it is not a common theme, the ideal they look towards is a sympathetic fusion. Such sympathy cannot come about spontaneously through an intuitive recognition of spiritual harmony, but must develop through experiences and shared associations. They have to grow up together. Wuthering Heights, which is one of my favorite novels. I'm not doing myself any favors. It's been one of my favorite novels since before this was ever a thing. I've been obsessed with this novel because I was obsessed with Twilight, and Bella loved it, and so it's in my bones. But it follows a passionate and tragic relationship between Catherine Earnshaw and her adopted brother Heathcliff that grows out of their shared childhood experiences. Why did I preface? Does it matter that he's adopted? That's the question that we're all asking, isn't it? Right? Like, what part of the sibling incest relationship is weird and wrong, right? Because the first thing is, well, they're not technically related. But then at the same time, you have Lord Byron, who had a suspiciously close relationship with his half-sister Augusta, and they did not grow up together. They didn't really start communicating until they were like in their, teens, and they didn't meet until they were like years later. So they don't have the shared experiences, but they do have the shared blood. Whereas like in this fictional Wuthering Heights situation, they did not share the same blood, but they were reared together, and she was like really nice to him when they were kids, and so they were like inseparable as children. And that's kind of like a common theme in a lot of these stories. A lot of things that we hear people who are in love stories in this time period say are things like, he's more myself than I am, which is like Wuthering Heights is absolutely where my like obsession for like beautiful phrasing started, because like, he's more myself than I am. I think one of the other ones is like, whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. And then there's the famous, I think it's like, if all else perished and he remained. What is that one? How does it go? I think it goes, going off the top of my head. If all else perished and he remained, I would continue to be. If all else remained and he were annihilated, I would cease to be. I don't remember the last, but I do remember that annihilated was a great word in that sentence. They say things like, he's more myself than I am, and as mine own shadow was this child to me a second self. Right? These characters are often talking about like seeing themselves in their sibling lovers like mirrors. Also like a lot of references to that Platonic theory lore thing about how humans were like split in half and were doomed to spend eternity searching for our other half. A lot of incest couples are like complementary opposites in these stories, where one is sort of hard and the other is soft, and they either understand each other in such a way that they complete the picture, or they just like are the same. And this is what develops between Kathy and Chris. They have an understanding of each other. There are moments where they don't even have to use words to communicate. They just get it. They have this feeling that being with each other is easy. It's the society part that makes it hard. I think that the Kathy and Chris story, in the way that they kind of balance each other out, they are very sympathetic, which is what a lot of these romantic poets were doing when they were trying to eroticize the relationship between siblings in search of like a perfect sympathetic union. And I think one of the things that really attracted the like romantics to this archetype of the incest relationship was just like the tragedy of it all, right? Because it really is a victimless crime, okay? If you're not getting religious about it, which a lot of people after the Enlightenment and in the like early 19th and throughout the 19th century, they were questioning their religion, they were questioning the truth of a god and things like that. If you're questioning questioning religious authority and you're questioning societal authority and you're rejecting regular society and saying that it's wrong and that maybe all of these things that we're told are bad are not bad, there's like really nothing wrong with it besides the fact that we all feel weird about it. You know, they're drawn to things that are shocking and in like, you know, sensational. They like the shit that these people were writing. Anything for a check, right? Like they loved the attention. They were really indulgent. Like I think it was provocative and I think that they really enjoyed that, right? It's such a good metaphor. Because we can't choose, you know, who our family is and who we're related to, it is like horribly tragic, right? Like there is something really sad about the fact that like we all agree that they shouldn't be together, but like it's so sad that they want to. Like, right? Like I mean, Byron was like exiled because he was suspected of being in an incestuous relationship with his half-sister Augusta. I mean, he also was like in a lot of debt and fucking everybody's wife. So there were a lot of reasons that Byron was exiled. But there just is something that is kind of horribly tragic about the fact that this kind of union is in the same category as something like the father-daughter incest of the Gothic period, or even just like, you know, father-daughter, like adult and child abuse in the real world. Like Richardson writes, the romantic poet is drawn to mingle the two kinds of love, sibling and romantic, by a fascination with the power of sympathy, but that power is broken by the unconscious horror of incest, and the fascination turns to guilt of revulsion shortly before or shortly after the union is consummated. In Byron's Manfred, which is written around the time of his departure from England, we meet a man who is guilting with a capital G over some bad shit that he did, and we sort of later find out that that bad shit that he did was falling in love with and fucking his sister. Then he dies, punished by the narrative, for sure. But V.C. Andrews, not in V.C. Andrews' world. V.C. Andrews said no more. V.C. Andrews said he's waited long enough. And as soon as Paul kicks it, Kathy and Chris stop calling him Uncle Chris. They pack up the kids. They move themselves across the country. They start a new life with new names as a happy, perfect little family of 4. For the rest of their days. They live out happily for the rest of their days. Right? Part 3. The Dollenganger Legacy. For the record, I am aware of the crack. I am aware that we are playing a very dangerous game. But I'm moving house and this is the only wine glass that we have left. So bear with me, okay? Also, it is pouring right now. There's thunder and lightning. Bear with me because you might hear some rain that sounds like bullets being fired by God. I wish I could say that I wrote that line, but I didn't. You know who did write that line? V.C. Andrews. V.C. Andrews wrote that line in the 3rd book in the Dollenganger series, If There Be Thorns. If There Be Thorns. Book 3 starts with a time jump. We're dealing, okay? The Dollengangers are now going by the name Sheffield, and they are living out their lives in California. They barely have any neighbors. Chris is the stepfather to Jory and Bart, and all is quiet on the Western Front, okay? If There Be Thorns is also the first book not told from Kathy's perspective. This is told instead from alternating perspectives of both Jory and Bart. Right, Jory is 14 and Bart is 10. And I say 10, okay? I say 10, but he's giving 7. He's giving child. Not that I spend a lot of time around 10 or 7-year-olds, but he's giving 7 to me, okay? That's where we're at, all right? That's what we're dealing with. Now, let me give you their cover story because it's absurd. So the cover story is that Jory is the son of Kathy and Julian who died before he was born, which is true. These are correct things, and that's good because they were like famous dancers, so it's best that they're not lying about that. Then the story is that Kathy married Paul, true, and had Bart, true. Bart is Paul's son, not so true. Then Paul died, true. Kathy married Paul's brother, Christopher Sheffield, not true. She did marry someone's brother. Well, she didn't marry anyone's brother because they're not married. They're pretending to be married. But he is a brother. He's just her brother. Like, something about the fact that they can't even do like a cover story without a little bit of vaguely implied incest is so funny to me. I love it. I love these kids. I love this world. This is so insane. All right, so Jory is this like really phenomenal dancer, right? He's a phenomenal dancer and he's very sweet, okay? He looks just like his father, but Kathy says like without any of the harsh edges and vitriol. And Kathy describes him later as, you know, looking a lot like Chris and seeming to have taken on all of Chris's like perfect Halo boy qualities. Bart, on the other hand, Bart's a little weirdo. Bart is a little weirdo. He's a little fucking weirdo, okay? And not in like an entirely affectionate way. He's pretty harsh. He's very defensive. He clearly feels very insecure because Jory is like this promising young dancer and he doesn't feel like he has any talents whatsoever because he's like 10. He doesn't need talent. Also, Jory has like a lot of pictures of his dad because his dad was a famous dancer and Bart has like none of his real dad or his fake dad. And he also plays pretend like a little too hard sometimes and it kind of weirds everybody out. But like it's not too bad. It's he's a little weird and everybody can kind of tell and it does cause some tension, all right? And it's not too bad until this mysterious old lady moves in next door, okay? Buckle up. They have this abandoned like empty mansion farmhouse thing that is in like this field next door and the kids play in it all the time. And then one day they go to play in it and there's shit in there. Somebody is moving their stuff in and Bart is like, hate people that move into our house, because that's how he fucking talks, by the way. All of the chapters from his perspective are in this really annoying like choppy sentences. God, just like you just feel it. It's just like you just kind of want to punch him in the face, and then every once in a while he says something and you're like, oh, that's so sad. Anyway, the old weird mysterious lady moves into the old weird mysterious mansion next door, and so she's always got this veil on her head, and she starts like luring Bart into the house with like ice cream and candy and affection and stuff like that. So she's like bonding with him. Jory's like, this is weird, I'm gonna go hang out with my girlfriend, and Bart's like, don't tell mom and dad, and Jory's like, you know, fair, like my life is so much better than yours, I guess I will let you have this one thing that you want. So Jory dips and Bart just starts going over and hanging out with this old lady. And then like a couple of days or weeks into it, she's like, you know what would be so funny? You know what would be so random? It would be so random, Bart, if you called me like, I don't know, grandmother. Like, wouldn't that be so funny and weird? Yeah, so this is Corinne. Corinne has somehow escaped the madhouse and is just living next door to where her two children are posing as husband and wife, and starts kind of courting their son, who is actually the son of her late husband and also her grandson at the same time. Fucking wild, but she does it, okay? And weirdly enough, she is not the problem, okay? She is not the problem. She opens the door for the problem, to be sure, but she is not the problem. The capital P problem is this creepy butler, right, that comes with her, and his name is John Amos. He is the problem. Him and the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth. Well, not like literal ghost, but... well, John Amos, okay, for whatever fucking reason, just starts like pulling Bart aside and is like, hey, what if we hate women? What do you think of that? So if There Be Thorns is the making of an incel, that's the plot. That's really the plot. John Amos is like, you know that your great-great-grandfather Malcolm Foxworth was a badass. He was a super, super rich badass and he owned like all of Virginia. Do you want to know why and how he became such a fucking badass? And Bart's like, yes, of course I do. And John Amos is like, he hated women. That's it. That's the secret sauce. Hate women, get money. This book came out in like 1980. Like, I don't know what in the Andrew Tate was going on in VC Andrews' head, but this is what we get. So John Amos gives Bart the diary of Malcolm Foxworth. He's like, don't tell your fake grandmother that I gave you this, or your fake parents. And Bart's like, my what? And he's like, forget I said anything. Didn't say nothing. Your parents, don't tell your parents. And Bart does. So we move on, and Bart keeps this like secret book, and he starts getting his head full of all kinds of crazy, insane fucking ideas. Like, this is where we get a lot of the backstory on Malcolm's life, and it's just the shit that comes out of this man's mouth pen is like off the walls. And what's even more wild is watching 10-year-old Bart reason with this stuff, both like mentally and emotionally, okay? Because I told you, Bart's like super annoying. He's so annoying. Sorry, but the way that he speaks internally in these short sentences is so annoying, and he already sounds like an old man, like grumbling in the yard, like, all these damn kids never listen to me, like, it's wild. And so he just starts being like, stupid mother lying, stupid parents won't buy me pony. He's got a thing about a pony. He really wants a fucking pony, which, like, I find really funny because it kind of feels like that's usually a thing that's attributed to like spoiled little girl characters. The like, I want a pony, get me a pony. And she gives it to like 10-year-old Bart, who comes super anti-women. And I don't know if it's just like the VC Andrews was like a horse girl, or if like she was making some kind of commentary on gender, but I like it. Well, I say that I like it. He is so annoying about it. Like, he really wants this pony and just does not understand why he cannot have one. He cries about it so much that the grandmother just sort of spurts out that like she will buy him one, and then she doesn't, and he is so upset. But she's like, dude, the smell will give you away if I get you a pony, because you'll smell like a pony, and then your parents are going to know that you've been around a pony, and I'm going to be the only neighbor with a pony, and they're going to figure out that I'm their mother. She doesn't say that last bit, but like, that's why she doesn't want to get him a pony. So instead she buys him a Saint Bernard and is like, it's so big you can ride it like a pony, which, like, no, I don't think you can. I think that that's animal abuse. But to be fair, that's kind of the name of the game as far as Bart is concerned. He basically just tells himself that the dog is a horse. He calls it like his horse pony, tries to make it eat hay. It's very strange, right? But the interaction is hilarious because she gives him this dog and his first thought is like, I hate that dog. He writes literally, I wanted to die. Like, he wants to die because it's a dog and not a pony. And the grandmother's like, it's like an all-purpose dog and pony. And then Bart just like sits there in the barn being like, you are not a dog, you are a pony, over and over again. And it's like, he tries to use magic too. He thinks that he like watched enough movies and like read enough about magic that he thinks he can like cast a spell and make the dog a pony, and then he's really upset when it doesn't work. Insane. He goes through like the full cycle of emotions and eventually comes back to being like, cool, I have a dog that is also a pony. He calls it his puppy pony, and he accepts the love that he thinks he deserves. And also, Corinne spills the secret about his dad. And he says, a puppy pony and a real grandmother who had been married to my real father? Gosh, I was lucky at last. I just wrote in my notes, I can't. I don't know what he thinks is going on. I think that he must think that she's Kathy's mother, but it is very unclear like who the kids think she is, because they don't yet know that their parents are siblings. So it's a little unclear. Other weird shit that Bart does, fighting a tiger in his imagination, and then there's a dead cat. He also later kills Jory's dog. I mean, it might have been John Amos, but I think it's Bart. It's a little left ambiguously, but I'm pretty sure Bart killed that fucking dog. He's just a little weirdo, okay? I want to have empathy for everybody, and I do have some empathy for him because it's a real shame, because he is also just like such a sad little weirdo. And it's that VC Andrews magic where like you do kind of feel bad for him because like he has been lied to his entire life, and his parents do low-key love Jory more. I mean, they don't, but like, they kind of, like, they don't not love Jory more, okay? Jory is a lot like Chris, except he has a stupid name and can dance. It's just unfortunate that what starts out as like regular sort of understandable little brother jealousy, that had he not been caught in this perfect storm, would have probably resolved itself with like a long hug and a chat with his mom, because his parents also happen to adopt a random little girl, and his brother gets a girlfriend, and his secret grandmother spoils him from across the street, leaving him particularly vulnerable to the manipulation of John Amos and the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth. It's not technically the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth. It's honestly probably much worse. But as you'll see, it sort of feels like the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth, which I do kind of love, because one of the things that we have been missing from like the Gothic tradition in these books is that like supernatural element, that like unreal preternatural thing that makes all of the real world horrors feel just that much scarier. And we didn't really have that, but now when Bart is reading this diary of Malcolm Foxworth and he starts like becoming so obsessed with it that he's like hearing the voice of Malcolm Foxworth and he starts feeling himself become Malcolm Foxworth in order to like handle difficult and scary situations. Like he becomes him. He like snaps and he says just like bonkers shit to the people around him and will just like yell and start saying crazy things. At one point he says, I was afraid of the things that I could do and I became angry or something like that. It's nuts. I feel like in order for you to understand like how, like what kind of things he was saying and what the like how bad it is that he's got the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth up in his brain, we need to take a side road, detour, tangent. We need to take a walk back over to the family tree because we got to talk about where this man came from. So, enter John Amos. John Amos is the cousin of Olivia Foxworth, and he marries Corinne. I'm not sure if that's like true or he made it up. I don't think it's actually a romantic relationship, but for all intents and purposes, he marries her and then they both die in a fire. That said, during that book, during If There Be Thorns, we get quite a lot of backstory on the Foxworth family and how they came to be, which includes the fact that Corinne has two brothers. Malcolm kicked it. Joel presumably kicked it as well, as far as we know. This is Garland Foxworth. Garland Foxworth is married to Corinne Foxworth the first. She dies like way before even the prequels begin. It's just a headstone. Together they have Malcolm Foxworth, who is married to Olivia. They have the 3 kids. Right? Wrong. Upon Corinne Foxworth I's death, Garland Foxworth marries Alicia Foxworth. Alicia Foxworth is like 16 years old. It's gross. However, from all we can tell, she seems to be very cool. They have a child. That child is Christopher Foxworth I, which is how Christopher Foxworth I ended up the brother of Malcolm Foxworth, making him the half-uncle to Corinne, right? Wrong, because Malcolm Foxworth, the only thing that Malcolm Foxworth hates more than his own mother is his new stepmommy. That, however, does not stop him from sleeping with her. I do not remember if this is a consensual interaction. I will Google it and put it on the screen. Unfortunately for everyone involved, the result of that union is, in fact, Miss Corinne Foxworth herself. So she is not actually half niece to her first husband. She is also, in fact, half sibling. They have the same mother. Olivia Foxworth is no longer able to have children at this point, so she kicks Alicia out, says, get out of here, and takes Corinne and raises Corinne as her own. So technically speaking, she adopts Corinne, right? Welcome back. Are we all feeling sufficiently disgusted and uncomfortable? Great. While Bart is on the fast track to 4chan, Chris and Kathy are busy with this 2-year-old girl that they adopted named Cindy, because Cindy's mom was either sick or in a car accident and she's dying. So Chris and Kathy have been watching Cindy a lot while she recovers. Kathy is low-key like kind of hoping that the mom dies so that they can adopt Cindy. She's not hoping that somebody dies, but like she's not going to be mad if it happens. She's really pushing for Chris to be like, yeah, we should do that. And Chris does not want to adopt this little girl because Chris is like, we cannot pass a family home check to foster a child. You are insane if you think that we are going to make it through any kind of adoption inspection. We're siblings. But like, she's Kathy, so she's like, no, don't worry, I already had her sign all of the papers. She's giving us the rights when she dies, so there's nothing to worry about. Plus, her name begins with a C, right? It's like fate. She fits in with our little family. And also, doesn't she look a lot like Carrie? And Chris is like, do not do this, Kathy. Do not. She's not Carrie. Do not do that. And Kathy definitely does do that. So Kathy is like pinning all her hopes and dreams on this little girl. She's so happy to have a little girl that she can like dress up and teach dance and that has a C name. I don't know. She loves her. And Chris comes around. He loves the kid too. So they're super happy. But yeah, he was like, don't do the thing. And she did the thing. He also tells Kathy not to dance in this recital that she's planning because she like had hurt her knee at some point. And he's like, if you fall, you will never be able to dance again. One more injury on that knee and you're done. And she's like, no, I can do it. It's fine. But of course, like usual, Chris is right. It may or may not have been Bart who sabotaged the set so that she would fall so that she would spend more time with him, but she still fell. He was still right. Chris is always right. Chris is always right. You know, with the exception of the time that he was like, Kathy, we can just be together and never sleep together and it'll be fine. He's usually right. Anyway, that happens. She ends up with a broken leg, which, wine. Point is, she ends up with a broken leg and she's super depressed about it. So she decides to put all of her energy towards writing a book. Oh yeah, it's about to get very meta, right? They don't explicitly say that she's writing Flowers in the Attic, but she's writing Flowers in the Attic. Between this book and Corinne and John Amos and the ghost of Malcolm Foxworth all spiraling around the Dollenganger Sheffield family, things start to unravel very quickly. Bart is being super weird. Bart is scaring the shit out of Cindy and no amount of therapy will be helping him. Jory rats Bart out and Chris goes over to talk to the mysterious lady and she's like trying to put on a fake deep voice and wearing this black veil like she's in mourning. But she does that thing where she grabs her necklace because she's lying and Chris is like, Jesus Christ, mother, how did you get out of the madhouse? And apparently John Amos married her and I guess like agreed to take responsibility for her or something so that she could leave. So he's like her husband and he's really just trying to get the fortune because he hates women, especially her. But that's like how it went down. And so she like explains to him that she is overcome with guilt, right? Corinne is down bad, okay? She wears this veil all the time, not necessarily to hide herself from the family, but like to hide herself from herself. She like can't look at herself. All the mirrors are covered. She does have this great line because at one point I think she's talking to Jory. He's like, why not just take the mirrors down? And she says, because I need the reminder. The reminder of what? And she says, when you are forced to encounter yourself for the first time in your life, you draw back from the shock. Which I thought was just a great line. She has also like mauled her face because she can't stand to look at herself because I think because she thinks she's so beautiful and doesn't deserve it, which is very funny and also very much something that Kathy would do if Kathy ever felt guilt like that, but I don't think Kathy ever will because Kathy's a badass. But yeah, she's like in it, okay? She is basically like, will you ever find it in your heart to forgive me? And Chris is like, Kathy will never forgive you. And of course she's like, but you might? You've never been like Kathy. You can always find love in your heart. Which again is this sort of fundamental difference between him and Kathy and like the part where she falters and he picks up the slack. He forgives enough for the both of them. She is cautious and rational enough for the both of them. I say rational, but like she hates Corinne enough for the both of them and he loves her enough for the both of them. So like, and he tells her, he's like, Kathy wanted us to leave earlier and I had faith in you and it cost us our brother. So fuck off, leave my kids alone, which she does not do, obviously. Anyway, if that's not bad enough, Jory has invited his grandmother, so Julian's mother, Madame Marisha, because Kathy hurt her leg, which is really bad news because Madame Marisha knows that Chris and Kathy are siblings. She gets there and she's like, what do you mean Chris lives with you? Doesn't your stepfather think that's weird? She thinks this whole time that whenever he's been talking about like a stepfather, that it's somebody else whenever he's been writing her letters about it. So she's like floored and the three of them like at each other in the hallway. I think it's going to be bad, but again, in true VC Andrews fashion, it's not nearly as bad as you think it's going to be. She kind of doesn't care. She's kind of just like, I don't care what you do with your brother in your own home, but it's not cool that you lied to my grandson about it, which is a bonkers take to have. She says, I understand you couldn't love my son because you couldn't love anyone as much as your brother, which is a wild thing for her to just understand, but you know, incidentally is how Jory finds out that his parents are siblings because he's eavesdropping. Whoops. And then it's just like we're back in book one. Things are going from 0 to 100, okay? Jory confronts Chris about this. And he's confronting his fake dad about the fact that his fake dad is fake married to his real mother, who's his fake dad's sister. He's confronting him about incest gate. And Chris gives him a real Chris is like, we were going to tell you. She married your father when Paul's sister Amanda told her a lie. She was a good wife to your father, but after he was killed, she ran to the mountains of Virginia to complete her plans for revenge, which included stealing our mother's second husband. The further we get in this series, just the more absurd lines are like that, and I love it. And he also says, your mother is made of different stuff than most women, Jory. She could live on hate and still flourish. I couldn't. I had to have love or die. Which is like beautiful, hilarious, because Kathy probably could live on hate, and I think that it's like maybe not supposed to be a compliment, but I think it's fucking sick. During all those years I waited, I somehow knew eventually she would be mine, as long as I held fast to my faith. I kept the flame of my first love burning. It was so easy for her to love other men, it was impossible for me to find any woman who could compare. I mean, like, he's right, she's sick. Like, Kathy is a catch. Kathy is a 10 out of 10 catch. If you're not the one that she's trying to get revenge on, you absolutely want her on your side. Jory's coping mechanism for all of this, by the way, is just watching like 18 hours straight of soap operas, which is so sweet and very Chris, if you ask me. And so he does this, he sits in front of the TV, he just watches like 18 hours straight of soap operas and comes to this absurd conclusion, by the way, that he actually doesn't really care about the incest because, and I quote, in a way, he was more my father because he had so much of my own kind of blood. Obsessed with this kid's logic and reasoning. He is like, you know what? Blood of my blood. Fine. Moves on. But now his mother is missing, okay? Because Bart read her book. So Bart read her book and he starts hallucinating, right? He's like hallucinating his parents boning and practically tattooing Malcolm's diary words onto his body, right? He is, as he says, learning to make money out of rage, which in any other context, great line. Kathy is like, what did you say? Foxworth? Like, or something like that. He says something that reminds her of the attic. Between the lady next door messing with Bart's head and Madame Marisha wanting to take Jory away from here, Kathy is having absolutely none of these people messing with her kids. She's having none of it. She storms over to the creepy house next door and is just like, open this gate or I will climb over it myself, which she absolutely would. Luckily, John Amos opens the gate, lets her in. She walks in, figures out it's her mother. Big, horrible confrontation, exactly as you'd imagine. It's a nightmare. Corinne is insane. She is like, maybe just give me Bart to raise and then I'll leave you alone. And she's like, no, none of you can have my children. And then John Amos hits her over the head with a shovel and knocks her out. Kathy down. Meanwhile, Chris and Jory make up, but like now their mother is missing. So, and their mother's sister is missing. And things are getting very, very sus, okay? So they go to investigate. And Bart goes and does what any rational 10-year-old does when they're brainwashed by their grandmother's husband's butler. Grandmother's husband butler. Yeah. They didn't technically get divorced. Is she technically a step-grandmother too? Like, is she technically a stepmother as well? Because they didn't technically get divorced, her and Bart. John Amos and him are planning a full, like, blood atonement, trial by fire, reckoning situation. They've locked them both in a cellar, Corinne and Kathy, and they are gonna kill the two of them in order to save their souls, okay? That's what John Amos is telling Bart is happening. So Bart is like, all right, you know what I should do? I should prepare them a last meal. So Bart makes them a last meal and he goes and he happens to overhear Kathy talking to Corinne and telling her that the doctors told Kathy she should have aborted Bart for her health, but she refused and she almost died, which makes Bart second guess his whole misogyny thing. But like, whoops, too late, the house is on fire. So house is on fire. Chris and Jory go to investigate their missing mother, missing 10-year-old, and the burning house next door in the pouring rain. Also, this is where the rain is being fired like bullets by God. They go to investigate. Chris runs in, John Amos knocks him out. Jory runs in, beats the shit out of John Amos, and carries his unconscious father out of the house. Then goes back in to get his mother, and Corinne like pushes her out the door for her safety. Corinne's dress catches on fire, and Chris, who is awake now, starts like yelling at her to stop, drop, and roll, and then it's just like womp womp, it's too late, she's dead, and it's kind of like a sacrifice. So she's more or less redeemed, I guess. She dies in a fire just like Bart, and she bequeaths her fortune to all of them equally, like Cindy too. Bart finally gets his pony and also a better therapist, and everything seems fine, right? There are a couple weird moments where Bart spits out some Malcolm-y things, and also he has like wild Malcolm-esque plans for world financial domination. And Jory's a bit like, I am very worried about all of the women that Bart will step on to get to the top, but like, it's not as bad. Things are sort of calm. And we get a little epilogue from Kathy, which I was very happy to be back in Kathy's voice. And she tells us that she forgave her mother at last, that she loves Bart. Also, he does have creepy eyes, and low-key, she wishes she hadn't gotten revenge on her mother and just married Chris with Jory. The madame gets over the whole incest babies thing and goes back to Virginia and encourages Kathy to write and publish her books. She's like, go for it, babes, be a star. She does conclude that she vows never again to turn over everything that glitters and look for the tarnish, which is a callback to like a line from the other book. And the last thing that she tells us after this little check-in with her mental state is that Bart does not have Malcolm's journal because it was destroyed in the fire, but he does carry around a cheap replica that is totally blank. So, like, he's still a little weirdo. End of book 3. Crazy. Yeah, wild. That was definitely not where I was expecting book 3 to go. The thing that I like about book 3 is that we kind of get to see Kathy and Chris from a different perspective, and from the perspective of people who don't know that they're related, because you get a really like weird insight to them. And it's funny because you'd think that VC Andrews would like go out of her way to paint them as like perfect and genuine and as if like there's nothing weird about them at all. But like there definitely is some weird stuff. Both of the kids at one point are kind of like, I think she loves our dad more than she loves us. They fight really hardcore sometimes, and then they like break down really hardcore. They're super wild, and just getting all of the like Foxworth history is great. I think that maybe we were supposed to get a little bit more like sympathy, empathy for Corinne. Although I don't know if we were. Like I don't know if that's what she was going for. But it is kind of wild. It's the end of book 3, but it's not the end of the whole series. There's one more book in the Dollenganger series, and that is Seeds of Yesterday. Seeds of Yesterday, luckily, we are back in Kathy's perspective. Thank God. I did not like being away from Kathy for that long. I am much like Chris in that way. So Seeds of Yesterday is, again, a little bit of a time jump, 15 years. Bart is 25, Cindy is 15, and Jory is like whatever the comparative age to whatever 25 plus 4, 29. Talk about Gothic literature and the past returning in what is the most VC Enders move. Bart has reconstructed Foxworth Hall. He has rebuilt it to a T. The only upgrades and changes being like Bluetooth and stuff, because I guess he's into gadgets, and he is nuts. We pick up the story where Bart has reconstructed Foxworth Hall, and he is turning 25, so they are allowed to read part of Corinne's will now or something. There's something along those lines, and he is like gonna come into, you know, his whole trust. And so the whole family all comes to Foxworth Hall for his birthday party that he's having and to read this will. And like Kathy and Chris going back to Foxworth Hall is forking nuts. It's so insane. And like, oh my God, it's just crazy. Kathy and Chris are moving with Cindy to Hawaii for like a fresh start in retirement. And Jory's like a dancer in New York. So they're all coming just for like a few days. And Kathy and Chris like walk up to this and they're like, this is the first time we are entering through the front door. They're telling themselves, like, maybe it's time that we enter through the front door and, like, we live inside as its rulers and not its prisoners, and sort of trying to see it as, like, weirdly they're getting everything that they were promised, which they kind of are. It feels a little bit like a win in a sense, rather than just returning trauma. It is also very much returning trauma, though. Like, they're definitely not okay. It's fine because Kathy's like, just being with Chris made me feel like I could handle anything. They're so cute. Anyway, they are just going to stay there for a while. And Kathy, saying everything exactly as it is, does tell us that, like, she couldn't love Cindy more if she tried, because Cindy is the only one that is, like, equally theirs, which is, like, true, but, like, don't say the quiet part out loud, Kathy. I mean, she didn't say it out loud, she said it to us, but still. You know, it seems like it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be very chill, and then, boom, we meet the butler, and the butler is none other than their long-lost uncle who was, like, lost in the Swiss Alps years ago and presumed dead. So Malcolm Foxworth marries Olivia Foxworth. Corinne Foxworth kicks it. Garland Foxworth marries 16-year-old Julia Foxworth. Alicia Foxworth. Julia or Alicia? I don't remember. They have Christopher Foxworth the first. Malcolm Foxworth sleeps with his 16-year-old stepmommy, and they have Corinne Foxworth II. Corinne Foxworth II is treated more or less as the daughter of Olivia and Malcolm Foxworth, and is raised as a sibling alongside their other two children, Malcolm Foxworth Jr. and Joel Foxworth. And so he gives us a little bit of backstory as well, that, like, they called, apparently when they were children, like Corinne and all of them, they called Malcolm whenever he wasn't around, and only father when he was. And he's like, well, we weren't going to call him daddy, obviously. But he explains to us that also that, like, Malcolm would give Corinne gifts whenever he was mean to her, and whenever she messed up even the slightest bit, he would, like, take away whatever her favorite thing was and donate it to a church. Just feels like especially cruel. Like, can you imagine being, like, 6 and, like, you spill some milk and your dad takes your dollhouse to the church? What do you... Oh. He also says, Corinne was exceptionally beautiful. Even as her brothers, we could sense the power she would be able to wield one day. Which, like, come on. Is there not, like, one incest-free twig on this family tree? That's what I want to know. But also, to be fair, they, like, he's not wrong. Corinne and Kathy very much have this effect on men. I said it before, I don't know what it is, but they all just seem to fall at their feet. And Corinne, she got spoiled, but then him taking them away and donating them, like, feels sort of like him writing her back in the will with the stipulation that she have no children ever again or previously. Also, I don't think I mentioned this earlier. The fact that he put that you may have never had any children before makes me think that he knew about the kids in the attic, which is, like, my favorite headcanon. Like, there's no way that anything went on in that house that he didn't know about. Like, he had eyes everywhere. Like he feels like he was that house. And you'll, like, this whole last book is, like, about this house as, like, a living thing. Like, this is the most gothic of them all. There's all these different people that are, like, coming in and out, and you'll find out they can't leave. It's crazy. There's a point where Kathy goes up in the attic, and they go to the attic because what are they gonna not do it? I wrote, not Chris being like, come on, Kathy, it's time we forget the past, while standing in the replica of their prison home built by their creepy son who is inheriting it. They also rebuilt the swan bed. I don't think I told you about the swan bed, but Corinne had this insane swan bed. It was a big deal in the first one. It was like a circular bed that was like the shape of a swan. I think, weirdly enough, I think it's like Alita and the Swan reference, which is another, like, incesty Greek mythology thing we don't have to get into. There's a whole backstory to that too when you get to, like, the origins, because should we get into this now? There's, like, this whole backstory with, like, Malcolm's mother had this swan bed, and it's a whole thing. Well, you know what? We'll talk about it later. I'm mentioning it now because of all the rooms in this house that Chris and Kathy could be staying in, the many rooms in this house, they're staying in that one. Also, for the record, Kathy does take the time to tell us that she is, in fact, still hot. She takes a good paragraph and a half to make sure that we know she kept her body nice and toned and that she's still hot in her 50s. And I believe it. I believe her. If anyone can do it, it's Kathy. Joel is the one who kind of oversaw the reconstructing of the house to make sure that it was exactly the same as when he was young. And he included this balcony that it had when he was young. And Kathy and Chris are like, oh, that's new. And Bart loses his mind because like a change to the house. And Joel assures him, no, it was here when I was young. And then some lady snuck in her lover and they had sex under Malcolm's roof. So he tore it down, which is the best news that Bart has heard all day, because Bart is definitely still obsessed with Malcolm. Super obsessed with Malcolm. He's obsessed with Malcolm. He's also planning this big extravagant party. And Kathy is like trying to like talk to him about it. She really has been trying with him. Like she doesn't want to like alienate him any further. She very much understands that like he feels unloved, and everybody in their family just does nothing but try to make him feel loved. He just is unable to accept it. You know, she says like, what about women? What about love? And Bart is like, I have experienced sex, and to my dismay, I enjoyed it and felt my body betray me. He's like, I do see women on the street and I turn to look at them only to find them looking at me. How dare. Like Bart won't have sex because he thinks women are too easy to get into bed with. An absurd take to have for sure. Kathy is like, true love takes time, which is a wild thing to say when you've known your own husband since birth. So I'm not saying they're not in love. I'm just saying that if your love is incest love, you probably shouldn't be giving advice and describing love to anyone, because evidently your situation is a bit different. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying, Kathy, is maybe you're not the authority on relationships. And she should know this, because I'm pretty sure in the last book, in Petals on the Wind, she says that she's better at keeping plants alive than husbands. So, like, watch it. She does, however, say, like, you'll feel like his hand or her hand in yours and you'll want to be with that person. When I was like, gay ally? Okay. I mean, I guess to be fair, who is she to judge? But either way, he's fucking weird, and he's like, your relationship is disgusting and against God, and like storms off to go plan his party. It's a big, huge deal, okay? Jory, who's still with his high school sweetheart, they're married and like professional dancers. Jory's gonna perform, but Melody can't because Melody is pregnant. When they announce their pregnancy, Kathy says Chris was slapping Jory on the back like he was the first man to ever impregnate his wife. Bart is immediately like weirded and grossed out by that and upset that he has to change plans for this party. Chris and Kathy are very concerned because they're about to go to a party where the last time Kathy was at a party with all of these people, she told everyone that her and her brother were locked in an attic, and now her and her brother are married. So like, they're like, we're probably not going to be super well received at this party. So they kind of stick to themselves. But yeah, Kathy's like ruminating. She's like, damn, maybe I love Jory so much because I feel so guilty that Julian is dead. And it fills her with so much guilt that she tries to make up for by loving his son best. So she's acknowledging it now. She's admitted that she loves Jory more, which is like absurd. But at one point, Kathy is also like, maybe Bart would have been normal if Chris hadn't loved me so much. And then she's like, nah, definitely Corinne's fault. Kathy and Bart like almost have a moment when she's like telling him about like how sweet he was as a baby and how much she loves him, and it's like so cute. And then he sees like a woman in a revealing dress and gets mad about him. Yeah, Bart does a lot of slut shaming of Cindy in this book. Then Jory and Cindy start the dance, right? Because Melody can't dance because she's pregnant. So much to Bart's like disappointment, Julian is going to do it with Cindy, who is not a professional, and also his sister. And it's Samson and Delilah, which is apparently like quite sexy. I don't know if it's weird that they're siblings doing this dance together. Somebody in the dance world tell me if that's a thing that might happen, because I know that like figure skating couples are sometimes siblings because you have to start so young that like it's just convenient. So I don't know if that's weird. Do people think it's weird? I don't know if it's weird. It's weird enough that there is a whole Tumblr dedicated to like opposing like prejudice against sibling partnerships. Anyway, also now that we're back in Kathy's perspective, we have to use the word dancer for every male dancer. Like, just say dancer, it's fine. The dance is going super well until like a massive beam falls, the set falls, breaks Jory's back, and Jory is like suddenly like a paraplegic and in the hospital and like miserable. Melody sucks. Melody immediately is like, ew, gross. Damn, you can't dance. What are we doing here? God, I wish I wasn't pregnant with your kid. She fully is over it. She does not like Jory. She doesn't talk to him. She doesn't visit him in the hospital. She just goes home and starts boning his brother. Yeah, I know. At first, Kathy's like, how dare you bone your brother's wife? Which, Kathy, you do not get to comment on anyone else's relationship. I'm sorry. Kathy's very disappointed in Melody for being an ableist bitch, really. And Chris, who is right as usual, comes in with like, you know what? Jory doesn't need a wife who doesn't love him. Let Bart have her. He's also like, Kathy, who are we to judge? Which is what I said 5 minutes ago. The thing about this accident is that it postpones all of their departures. Kathy and Chris can't go to Hawaii because they have to stay and take care of Jory, and Melody is pregnant, and so they're taking care of her, and Cindy, it's like summer, I think, doesn't have anywhere to go, and they're stuck in this house. Anyway, Kathy's very sus of Joel. She finds him super weird, and she is right, because he is also doing the whole like creepy misogynist religious fire and brimstone thing that Malcolm Foxworth was getting at. You know, he's doing the same, like glaring at Melody like she's a harlot and like making comments about the things that women are wearing. He doesn't care about Bart participating in this affair, but he really does thinks it makes Melody gross. Then men had a way of thinking that what was right for the gander was wrong for the goose, even pious religious ones like Joel. So things are just getting really tense and bad in this house. Chris has to get a job in like town, so he's gone during the week and only comes home on the weekends, and Kathy is like dealing with this weird suspicious man and trying to keep everything from falling apart, with her younger son sleeping with the pregnant wife of her older son who won't talk to him anymore. Then Chris has the nerve to come home and be like, God, Kathy, sometimes you make me dread coming home. You just talk about this stuff, asshole. See, we're at like Thanksgiving at this point, and Cindy gets a boyfriend in the city, and Cindy brings her boyfriend home one night. Bart catches them boning and beats the living shit out of him. And then it's Christmas. Joel is like, for the record, I think your Christmas party, Bart, is a bad idea. We should all be on our knees mourning till late night like we were in the monastery. And it's like, then go back to the monastery. It's super weird that he says this about this big Christmas party that Bart has been planning, because even though all of the invitations for the Christmas party came back saying, yes, we will come, time goes on and no one comes, no one's there, and it's so sad. Bart is suddenly like just swearing revenge on all of the people who didn't come, and Kathy is like, oh my God, he sounds like me. And Bart is like, we will never celebrate another Christmas or any other holiday in this house. And this house is just, it's the house, okay? Everybody in this house is gaslighting Kathy. Everybody is gaslighting Kathy. Kathy is like, I think that Joel marked yes on all those invitations and just gave them back to you. I don't think he sent them to anyone like he was supposed to. And Bart is like, you are crazy. Women are crazy. We don't believe women in this house. This house. Melody goes into labor and has a baby. And there's this scene where Kathy's being really annoying. And so Chris is like, go and get that hot water that all the doctors in the movies seem to need. And she's like, we're not in a movie, Chris. And he's like, then run along next to me acting hysterical. Just move. Chris can be really funny when he wants to be. He also says, she must have been in labor all day while we were sitting there opening presents. What is wrong with everyone in this house? Anyway, surprise twins. Melody has twins, which Kathy loses her mind. It's Carrie and Corey all over again. And Chris has to be like, no, Kathy, they're different children. She does not believe that. Melody's immediately like so annoyed that she has to be a parent to 2 kids. There's also a really sweet moment where Kathy is thinking like, oh, I should really shampoo Melody's hair for her so she looks fresh when she wakes up because she's like asleep. And Chris says out loud, you can shampoo her hair tomorrow. And she's like, did I say that out loud? And he's like, no, I can just see it in your eyes. Also, I know you, and clean hair is the solution to everything, which is very Kathy. And also, aw, they're so cute. She's fully delusional, though. She definitely keeps calling Darren and Deirdre. stupid names beget stupid names. She keeps calling them our twins in her head. Bart starts going binge drinking and going to brothels and ruining marriages, full Lord Byron style. And Joel is telling him that it's fine because in order to truly feel clean, one must roll around in the gutter, which is this like insane hyper-religious logic that we see all the time today too, like bending over backwards in order to justify men doing whatever they want and controlling the bodies and lives of women to feel whatever. It's so manosphere too. It's very like Andrew Tate being like, you want a woman who is loyal to you and isn't mad that you're not loyal to her. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, he's like, I want a pure, pious woman, but also I want to be able to sleep with everybody all the time. Things are just, they're ramping up as they do in these books. They just things are getting wound tighter and tighter, right? Kathy says that to be for any length of time around Bart was exhausting. The tension of saying one wrong thing kept you wired tight. They also built a church in the backyard. Now they start doing services. It's just like Bart and Joel, just the two of them on the property. They start talking about like souls being reborn in later generations. They say lost souls inhabit the minds of the mad. He's not referring to Bart, but he's not referring to Bart. And we're really tiptoeing ghosts, which I love. I love ghosts. I love ghosts. I always say your story's not good if you can't add ghosts and make it better. You don't have to add the ghosts. But like, I didn't even know about this book when I first made that comment like 2 years ago. I was correct. Case in point. They all start noticing that they are behaving differently. Like Chris was mean to Kathy that one time, and that's not very Chris-like. They also all start to notice that like they don't use gutter language, which she just means like swear words anymore. She says, he didn't have to explain it. I knew exactly what he meant. It was all around us in the atmosphere, the clarity of the mountain air, the closeness of the stars, the presence of a strict and demanding God. So with Melody gone, they hire like a nurse for Jory. Not that she ever did anything for him anyway, but somebody's got to watch the kids and they can't watch the kids and Jory. So they hire this nurse and Bart falls in love with the nurse and it's like so sweet. And we get like a few months of him feeling like confident and loved. Like he's so close, like he starts wearing sweatpants. So good, but it's definitely too good to be true. They go on a trip to New York with Cindy and he loses his mind and like berates both of them for the outfits that they're wearing. The nurse and Cindy both come back terrified. She's like, a man who loves me can't say the things that he said to me. And she kind of says like, we had something so beautiful. I want a time like that, pressed like a flower between the pages of my memory. So she starts looking at Jory as a bit more than a patient. And Jory's like, why are you still here after what happened with Bart? Like, that's super weird of you. And she is like, I feel like I can't leave. And he's like, that's Foxworth Hall. Once you enter its portals, you are seldom seen again. This is something we know because Kathy is eavesdropping. Everybody's just like bitter and angry in this house. Jory starts dragging the twins, who, by the way, you can tell that V.C. Andrews did not have kids because she's like, the 1-year-olds can swim and the 2-year-olds are like doing math. Like, Bart and Joel have forced these twins to memorize the phrase, we are children born of evil seed. We are the devil's issue and the devil's spawn. We have inherited all the evil genes that lead to an incestuous relationship. Jesus, they're not even 2. But Kathy comes in and goes off. Kathy loses her mind. She's like, they're not devil's spawn. And if you say anything like that to anyone else who belongs to me, I will have you committed and declared senile. And Joel is like, oh my God, okay. They decide that they gotta go. Again, just they're like, we can't, this house, something about this house is evil. It is turning everybody here into monsters. They find a perfect house, but like they have to get it fixed up and like renovated a little bit before they can move in. And it's just like, you can feel that it's getting down to the wire. Like someone says something about the roses in the garden are gonna go bad or something, and Kathy's like, winter is months away. Am I reading into this? Like, that feels weird. And then 5 minutes later, Chris calls and is like, are you okay? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, I have a weird feeling. And everybody just like has a bad feeling. Joel says something like Godspeed and good luck, which is like a callback to the conductor on the train the night they got let off at Foxworth Hall. So weird. And things are getting really tense. And Bart is like, why are you abandoning me? And she is like, I love you. Chris loves you. You don't want our love. And they're like fighting and fighting and fighting. And Chris has not come home yet. And the hours tick on and they tick on. And Joel comes back and he spits out with like a literal smile that there was an accident on the highway and a man was killed. And Kathy's soul is like ripped out of her body. In my notes, I just wrote, "No, Christopher Doll," in all caps. Like, oh, it's so sad. He wasn't even in the act. Kathy always says drive safe before he leaves. It's like a thing that the kids note in previous books. And he did drive safe. He saw an accident and he pulled over to help. And when he was crossing the street, he got hit by another car, which is like ridiculous. And that car was like a hit and run. It's low-key implied that it was Joel, but I will not point any fingers. But like, Fate was a bodiless form with a cruel hand that reached out randomly, carelessly, and seized up with ruthlessness. My heart just broke, okay? Just shattered for Kathy. Because it's, oh my God, she like literally is like, I lost a piece of myself. She like feels like a shell. They bury him near Paul and Carrie, and she even has her father's body moved from Pennsylvania. Bart gives a eulogy, and like this definitely clicks something into place. And he sort of calls Chris his dad and like is asking for his father's soul to forgive him for never understanding. And like, it's just so sad. And Kathy's just like, so it's just me, the last of the 4 Dresden dolls, and I didn't want to be here. Like, baby, my baby. 9 months go on and she just like sees Chris everywhere. She is like a living ghost. It's, oh my God, it's so sad. It does heal Bart. He does come to his senses. She writes, Bart had hacked off the last rotten bit of Malcolm's genes and left only the good. To create him, the paper flowers had bloomed in the dusty attic. To create him, fires had burned houses. Our mother had died, our father too, just to create the leader who would turn mankind away from the road to destruction. What? Bart became an evangelist. He became like a traveling preacher, starts like a bunch of charities, and he takes Cindy with him. Cindy and him patch things up, and she joins the like evangelism train and like sings for the church. Kathy's like, I did it. I made great kids. Jory starts teaching dance and marries Tony, the nurse, and like has these beautiful kids, and like she just feels like the odd one out because nobody needs her. She says that she heard the wind from the mountains telling her what to do, and she goes up to the attic where she'd find her Christopher again. And that's just the end. Oh, it's so sad. We get an epilogue from Jory's perspective. One of the housekeepers that wasn't creepy found her body in the attic and said that she had like decorated the attic with paper flowers and then like sat at the windowsill with a note that said, "There's a garden in the sky waiting for me, and I have lived long enough. I can say my life was full of happiness as well as sadness." And she just like died naturally in her sleep. Like she just like knew it was her time, and it was. And she writes, "The Dollenganger saga is over. You'll find my last manuscript in my private vault. Do with it what you will. It's time for me to go there. No one needs me more than Chris. I may not have been the world's most prima ballerina, but I did manage to convince at least one person that he did have the right father. And it wasn't too late, Bart. It's never too late." I cried. The notes I wrote are, "My soul is shattered, my babies know." It's so sad. It's horrible. I don't even really want to talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna come back tomorrow. It's so sad. My pals, here we are. We have arrived at the second to last night of filming, I think. How are you feeling? Do you like the show? Do you feel sufficiently prepared to continue? Probably not. Are you questioning your own mental health? Are you questioning my mental health? Are you questioning society and all of our natural impulses and every lie that we've ever told ourselves? Are you questioning your mother? Are you questioning the nature of reality? That's what I want to know, because I was in the studio earlier today and I was telling someone about this video, and he went, "Have you told anyone else about this?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Don't." I was like, "Are you sure that this is a good idea? Are you sure that this is what you want your name on?" And I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was like, I don't know. You guys are gonna have to tell me if it's like appropriately kooky or not, because it's too late now. I'm in it and I'm having way too much fun, but also, like, am I coming across as pro-incest? Like, do I need to be concerned? I hope not. But at the same time, no. How far is too far to take the joke? I don't know, but there's only one place to find out. Because here's the thing, I read the books, right? I'm making a video about the books. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not making 4 movies out of it. I'm not making the little girl from Mad Men do an incest scene on national television. I'm not doing that. I'm going to show you who did do that, but I'm not doing it myself. All right, so this is a Lifetime interlude. I don't know if Lifetime has like an exclusive deal with the VC Andrews brand, but it seems like they might. And genuinely, I can't decide if that is because Lifetime are the only people who would touch something like Flowers in the Attic with a 10-foot pole, or if it's because in reality they are in fact the perfect people to make the movie Flowers in the Attic. Like, I don't know if we could do like a gritty reboot of Flowers in the Attic. Like, I don't know if I want to see Christopher Nolan's take on Flowers in the Attic. I don't know if taking it seriously like that would benefit anybody involved. In order to recreate the experience of reading, to truly honor Flowers in the Attic, it like has to be a little bad, unintentionally bad. And that is what Lifetime is really, really, really good at. They're really good at camp that's not supposed to be camp. And so I don't know. I have yet to come to a conclusion, because some of these movies are definitely better than others. But they did do all 4 of them in like 2014. And this is my first introduction to Flowers in the Attic, because this was a big deal when they announced that they were going to do this. It was a big deal because there had previously been a Flowers in the Attic movie that was made in 1987. However, the 1987 Flowers in the Attic did not, in fact, include the incest storyline, which I argue means that it's not really Flowers in the Attic. Like, I don't think you can do Flowers in the Attic without the incest. I think now you're just telling a sad story about some kids in an attic. I don't think you can do Flowers in the Attic without the incest storyline, okay? However, that does not make the incest storyline feel any less absolutely fucking batshit to watch. Just because they've included the incest storyline does not mean that the general consensus is not, what is happening? I cannot believe they are doing this. Because that is the vibe. I cannot believe that they did it. I just, that was the thing. That was the big buzz, was like they were going to do it. They were going to do all 4 of them, and they were going to do it right. And it was like a good kind of nostalgia moment, because I think a lot of the people who had read the books as like young people were much older now and were like excited to revisit that world, because this was a big young adult thing. The fact that they were going to do the incest was a big deal. So people were very excited about it. Like, I was watching it and I knew it was coming, but it still feels so insane. And so you're still just like, ah! Like, it's so, it's so gross, and it's so weird. I can't believe they fucking did it. Like, I really can't. But they did it with the little girl from Mad Men. 2014 was a year. I don't think you could have done this any other year, to be honest. I think 2017 would have taken itself too seriously. Maybe 2020, I think we might have all been whacked out enough to do it in 2020. But by the time production was finished and it was time to actually release it in like 2021 or 2022, we would no longer be in the headspace for it. So I think that it happened the way that it was supposed to happen. So let's dive into the movie. This movie is not as good as the book, but it's also not bad. It does, I think, have more or less the right tone. It has a similar effect, which I can honestly give most of the credit, I think, to Kiernan Shipka, who, as much as I joke like they put the little girl from Mad Men in the incest movie, she is in fact like the perfect Kathy. She's so good. She nails it. She has just the right energy. She's so good in this.
She's only missed a few days.
A week. I've made a calendar.
I just need a little time alone to reconnect with him.
How much time?
Which is the linchpin of it. You have to have a great Kathy. If Kathy's not killing it, then everything else is going to fall apart. So for casting, we're giving this one a 5 out of 5. For her, for the grandmother's casting is fantastic. She is absolutely terrifying.
He asks you to pose for him with your clothes off.
I will whip your sister and both the twins if you don't take off your shirt. No!
Kathy, go to the attic.
Corinne is also a really, really great casting.
My family is rich, not middle class rich, but unbelievably wealthy. And they have one of the finest homes in all of Virginia with servants and acres of land and their very own lake.
Wait till we tell everyone at school.
We leave tonight.
You really do feel bad for her, and it's such a shame to watch what happens because you just want her to be better, which is ideally what you want from Corinne, is you want her to be better so that you can be disappointed that she's not. So 5 out of 5 for the casting, easy. It also has all of the Lifetime classics. The color grading goes from like bright and happy in the beginning to very sharply, suddenly gray and sad as soon as someone dies. There are a couple of absurd line reads. Like,
Or must I speak more slowly?
And into all this came my father's half-brother.
I think it's Tar.
it's not a good Lifetime movie if there aren't like at least 5 just like bonkers line reads that just sound insane coming out of the actor's mouth. And it's balanced very nicely, I think, by some really, really great moments where they like perfectly nail the tone. And those are the first moment that like Kathy and Chris realize they're kind of flirting with each other, and that horrifying, disgusting panic. Oh my God.
You jerk. This is my favorite one.
It's not my fault you outgrew it. You're outgrowing a lot of things.
And the moment when the grandmother gives the kids the real flowers for their fake garden.
Here's some real flowers for your fake garden. Just go.
That was exactly how I imagined it. I was so excited. The bathroom mirror scene is insane, as it should be. It's so funny because we don't get Kathy's inner monologue with it. So it's like, it's not like you don't get to hear her thought process. It's just the two of them. It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. And it's just like every time they start to kiss, you're just like, ah! Like, it's not too indulgent, which I was surprised by. For Lifetime to hold back, I think was good of them. But because of the time constraints of a Lifetime original TV movie in the year of our Lord 2014, God bless, they cut a lot. They cut a lot of stuff, which kind of works for this movie because they do spend a lot of fucking time in that attic in the book. I will say, we didn't really need all 5 hours of it. So I do wish that they had included the fact that they were starving to death sooner, because they kind of look fine until like the last 20 minutes of the movie. I do wish we could have seen them really deteriorate, because I think that's the like, there's so much anxiety of that in the book. I wish they had included more of Chris and Kathy like fighting about Corinne and like talking about Corinne. But overall, I think accuracy is a solid 4 out of 5, because they did soften the rape scene to a consensual thing. And as a diehard Christopher and Kathy shipper, I personally have a selective memory regarding that, so I was very happy to see it not included as it is written. I was happy to not have to see it. So great. Tone 4 out of 5. The beginning is a little dry, but overall it's great.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. The only real talent Corinne ever had was for the opposite sex.
And as far as lifetiminess goes, like tropes and Lifetime classics, we're giving it a 3 out of 5 because it does have the classic Lifetime can't cast someone who is age appropriate to save their life bit with the twins. But generally, solid film, Flowers in the Attic. How did they follow it up? How did they follow up Flowers in the Attic? How did they handle Petals on the Wind? How did they handle my favorite of the V.C. Andrews Dollenganger saga movies? Not well, is what I will tell you. Not well. I am pissed. I'm pissed about this movie. I hate this movie. And I get it, okay? I get it. The book is long. It's really long, and it covers so much ground. I understand that. But that is when you should be taking advantage of our society's obsession with splitting franchises up into multiple movies. Milk the cash cow. 3 movies, minimum. 3, 1. What did I say? What did I say about Petals on the Wind? I said picks up right where we left off. Love that. Not here. This movie starts at Paul's funeral. Yeah, fucking time jump. Paul is dead, I guess. Kathy, who looks 19. Carrie, who looks 19. Christopher, who looks like he's gonna kill somebody any moment. I don't know, like, time jump, Paul is dead, fuck Paul, I guess. They just call him the guy who took them in, so we lose the entirety of the Kathy and Paul plotline, which I'm happy that I didn't have to see a teenage Kathy seducing a grown man, but like, just felt like it just the timing, it just ruined the timing of it, okay? We didn't get to see them get rescued as children, and we didn't get to see any more of Kiernan Shipka as Kathy, I think is why I was really mad. I understand that they couldn't, like, wait for the characters to age into the appropriate ages, so they had to recast, but I don't like this Kathy very much. I'm sorry. She just doesn't do it for me. She's a great actress. There are definitely some moments, but I don't think that she would punch anyone in the face. And I feel like you kind of have to believe that Kathy could at any moment punch somebody in the face. But at least she's not the guy they cast as Chris. Character assassination for my man Chris. They did Chris so dirty in this movie for several reasons. Okay, first things first is they have Kathy and Chris bone. Fucking wild. Like, in like the first act, they act like it's like the first time they're having this conversation about what happened to them in the attic, as if there hasn't just been like a 10-year time jump. Don't know what's going on in their heads, but we've jumped enough time for Paul to die, but not enough time for you guys to have had this conversation at least once. And it just, they didn't do that. They tried so hard to be decent. They have to earn it. And they didn't, no. Anyway, the whole thing of Petals in the Wind is that she does not get with Chris and goes off and marries the wrong people and has this whole, like, that's the whole point. The whole point. Kathy marries other people and Chris waits. That's their thing. But no, oh, no. Chris, first of all, they give Chris the, like, I'm sure that this man is a wonderful actor. I am certain of it. I know that in the right circumstance, he's probably phenomenal. But oh my God, this man is a Category 5 creepquake, okay? And it doesn't help that they don't give him any lines. He never speaks. He's just like standing in the background lurking and like not blinking like Elizabeth Holmes. It's fucking wild. And they gave him a girlfriend. They gave him a girlfriend for no reason. He doesn't need a girlfriend. Christopher Dollenganger Sheffield Foxworth does not have a girlfriend. He bangs a few ballerinas while visiting Kathy in New York, but this man does not date. This man holds a fucking candle for his sister, okay? That's what he does. That's the thing. That's the point of this movie. And I think it's just because they wanted to set up this whole moment where they get caught kissing by his girlfriend. And it's like, no. These kids survived a crazy lady's attic for 3 years. Kathy has moved into her mother's backyard, seduced her mother's husband, and gotten pregnant with his child. They are not dumb enough to make out in a place where they would get caught. If they were going to do it, which they wouldn't, but if they were going to do it, they would not be dumb enough to make out behind an unlocked door. Also, Chris wouldn't cheat on a girlfriend if he did have one. He wouldn't have one, but if he did... Anyway, I really like Carrie in this movie, I will say.
I'm getting married, Mama. It would mean the world to me if you would be there. At my wedding?
You must be mistaking me with someone else. I don't have a daughter.
Get you a donut. They're homemade.
I haven't got much of a sweet tooth.
I suppose that's because you're sweet enough as is.
The actress is great. And I think that she's from Bunheads, and I loved Bunheads. I was so big on Bunheads when it was the thing. So I know that she's like a dancer, and I wonder if she originally auditioned for Kathy and then got Carrie instead because she's like a little dancer girl. Because they didn't pick up this movie where the last one left off, like we as an audience have completely forgotten about the donut thing. So when she suddenly bakes these donuts... There's a moment in the subtitles when I was watching it on Amazon, because I watch everything with captions, and the captions for Henny... Oh, Henny speaks, by the way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't give Henny a voice, but Henny is such a compassionate mother-like figure in these books without ever having to say a word. We talked about, like, the black characters in V.C. Andrews are not great, but it felt almost worse that, like, they didn't even want to give Henny enough screen time to explain that she didn't speak, and they didn't want to give her enough character development to do anything other than stand there and say, "Oh, honey," and like, I don't know. I didn't like it, but she says at one point, Carrie got up this morning and did herself some baking, but because she has like a southern accent, it's like, well, Miss Carrie got up this morning and did herself some bacon, and the subtitles spelled it B-A-C-O-N, which I just thought was really funny. Anyway, this is all ridiculous. The whole Julian thing is completely incorrect and nuts and practically pulled out of thin air. He just kind of like dies in a car accident and there's no emotional fallout to it whatsoever. Like the seduction of Bart is like pretty good. And if I remember correctly, I do think that the Christmas party reveal scene was great. I think I'm remembering it. I wrote in here that it was great.
I'm pregnant with his child.
What?
Merry Christmas, Mother.
Sick, go Kathy. The house burns down and then we just get a flash forward to them living their happy little life, right? With their cute little family. It's great. Only for some bitch to ruin it by saying,
"What's your secret anyway? You Dollengangers are always so perfect."
Sorry. Again, they're not idiots. They're not going to use the name Dollenganger. Are you insane? No. Imbeciles. But I guess they had to use the name Dollenganger because they couldn't explain the whole Sheffield thing because they cut Paul's whole storyline. Ridiculous. So 2 out of 5 for accuracy. 1 out of 5 for casting, but only because of Carrie. Carrie gets the 1 out of 5. They should have recast Corinne. If they were gonna do it, they should have recast Corinne because she looks the same age as all the other actresses in the movie. Doesn't make any sense. There's a 5 out of 5 for lifetiminess though. This is such a Lifetime movie. This is like peak Lifetime. Flowers in the Attic is like almost good at some points, but this one is like peak Lifetime because not only is it like a bad movie, but it like ruins its source material. It's like a bad adaptation. So it's very Lifetime. Lifetime loves a cut to funeral to announce the death of a character. Like, they don't want to do death scenes, I guess. They love to just like cut to funeral, and there's like several cuts to funeral in this movie. Also, so many ridiculous line reads.
If you go through with this, you are alone.
Put this renovation ahead of everything, including you.
What are you doing?
And tone, I think tone is like, we'll give tone a 3 out of 5. There were some line reads that were pretty sick. Like,
You can leave Foxworth Hall, but you can never escape this family.
there is also a moment that they added between Corinne and the grandmother.
I've made arrangements to check you into a nursing home tomorrow.
You can't make me go. I won't let you.
Nobody's interested in the rantings of an old woman. I'm gonna take my rightful place in this house tonight.
Mother, tell them it's not true.
Oh, Corinne, dear, I don't think anyone is interested in the rantings of an old woman.
This is insane, Bart.
Don't look at me.
That's not from the book, but that is a good confrontation. And those actresses are both, like, they're both phenomenal actresses. I just think they should have recast Corinne if they were going to recast everybody else, which is a problem in that movie. It's an even bigger problem in the next movie. So they do If There Be Thorns, and they again do not recast Corinne. They just put her in like a gray wig, and I think that they try to do old lady makeup on her, but it's Lifetime, and one thing that Lifetime can't bear to do, it's make a beautiful woman look like shit. They can't do it. If the actress is under 50 years old, Lifetime is not gonna touch a wrinkle on that woman's face. They can't bring themselves to do it. However, for some reason, they have no problem making the grandmother look like this.
Innocent? You think I don't know what went on in the attic?
I don't know what that tells you about them, but they can't bear to do it. So she just wears like a gray wig and is, again, the same age as her now adult children. She low-key looks a little bit younger than some of them. It's ridiculous. Other than that, though, this movie is mid. It's mid. I'm not a big fan of the actress who plays adult Kathy in this, but I do really like her in the next one, I will say. So I'm going to blame it on the writing and the setup, because they leave out so many of Kathy's like dynamic moments in this movie, which is a shame, because the way that we get to see Kathy in that book is like through her kid's perspective, and so there's a lot of eavesdropping and peeking around halls, and like, you know, I wanted to see Kathy threaten Chris into adopting Sydney, but you know, they also cut out the moment where she like accidentally sets up 2 twin beds in the attic, and Chris is like, what did you do? And she's like, slip of the hand? Like, she's just like, I don't know. The kids are all right. The kids are good. I think Jory's really great. Jory's really great. And as Jory, Bart is sufficiently creepy as Bart. And yeah, I think it does the job. I think that they do, in fact, make the whole everybody dying in a fire scene much clearer, because it was confusing in the book. I couldn't figure out who was in what room when. They didn't have Jory drag Chris's unconscious body out, which was a bummer, but I guess this moment with like Chris running out with Kathy in his arms is like more dramatic. So casting we'll give it a 4 out of 5, I think, because I know how great Kathy's gonna be later. So solid 4 out of 5 for this one. And Corinne, she's too young, but she is phenomenal in the role, so we'll give it to her. Christopher Sheffield, by the way, also. So like in the books, I don't think I told you this earlier, but in the books they call him Daddy Chris, because they have like Daddy Paul and Daddy Julie, like that's how they differentiate between the several dads that they've had. And every time this man walked on the screen, I was like, Daddy Chris. And he's really good. He's really good as Chris. He's very, very much makes up for the lurking man before. He's great. I love him. Accuracy, you know, they cut the puppy pony. Cut a lot of those good Kathy moments. You know what? We're going to give it a 2 out of 5. I don't think that it was accurate enough. I think that they took a few too many liberties. And let's see, what's the other one? Tone. Oh, Tone. I have to give it a 2 for Tone, because it's better than Petals on the Wind. It's like a better movie, but it's so not the tone of the books. And lifetiminess, 3 out of 5. I don't think that it was particularly lifetimey. I think it was a little tame.
I have been given the strength of the Lord, and I will break this cycle of abomination and make you pay. I will set this place ablaze.
No!
They could have gone harder. Last one is Seeds of Yesterday. This is great, with a very large caveat. Adult Kathy is great in this one. And like, I think it's, again, why I think it's just the writing of the previous one, because I think they give her all these dynamic moments.
I had no idea you could be such a bitch.
Well, clearly you don't know me that well.
But you are ugly. You're done trying to escape your responsibilities. Do you hear me?
That's a woman that could punch her in the face. That's a Kathy who will swing. That's a Kathy who will swing, and that's what we love. It's the same Chris. They're great. Adult Bart is sufficiently creepy. He's easier to empathize with, I think, than the Bart in the books, to be honest. So I like it. They give Bart like hallucinations. They do give him these moments where he is like hallucinating like women like trying to sleep with him in like a scary biblical way. Cindy is great. Cindy's exactly what I imagined Cindy would be. I say that I watched this movie before I read the book because I started watching the movies and I couldn't stop, and I hadn't gotten to this book yet, but I thought Cindy was great. I tell you that I watched this movie before I read the books because I told you in the book surprise twins, not surprise twins in the movie. I don't know why they ruined the surprise. And there's also a really great moment that they put in that wasn't in the book where Bart buys Cindy, I think it's like a Walkman type thing. She's like, how are you so awful, but you always know exactly what I want? And he's like, I'm just very good.
How can you be a complete pain in my ass and still know exactly what I want?
To say the people you hurt the most are also the ones you love the most.
Because he has the kind of like cocky confidence of adult Bart that makes him endearing enough to feel bad for. But the Cindy Bart relationship, so this is not how it goes down in the books. I told you this. Lifetime. I don't know what they thought when they made this. I guess evidently there wasn't enough incest in the movie already, because Bart and Cindy hook up and she says, we're not blood sibs like mom and dad. And she's like, well, of course I'd figure it out, which of course she figures out and nobody cared. Nobody seems to care. I think that more people should care. Like, I don't care, but I do believe that other people should care more, that they're siblings. It seems like everybody's kind of accepted it, but not everybody has been in Kathy's head for 4 books. Anyway, what, like one brother-sister relationship wasn't enough for you? Sorry, Lifetime. Absurd. So they like fully hook up, and then, oh my god, and then at the end, because they do the Kathy's kind of death and Chris is very good. It's very sweet. It's very much exactly like in the books. Accuracy on that is great. So they cut to like what Bart's up to, and he's like given a speech about God.
Chase the devil away, praise the Lord. And you all know my beautiful wife and partner in Jesus, Cindy. Come on up.
Praise the Lord.
I watched the movie first and I was reading the book and I was like, when is it? Where's it gonna happen? And when I got to that's like the last moment in the books too, I was like, no fucking way did they add incest into a movie in a place where there was none. No way did they add more, but they did. I don't even think it's a very Lifetimey thing to do, you know? I don't think that Lifetime ever goes for incest. I don't think that Lifetime's earned that reputation. I don't think that they do it enough. So I say, because that is so egregious, almost want to give it a 0 out of 5 for accuracy out of spite. And you know what? Because this is my ranking, I'm going to. A 0 out of 5 for accuracy. Casting, 5 out of 5. I think everybody's great. I think that it's really, really well cast. Tone, I quite liked the tone. I think that the Bart hallucinations, they act as a really good shorthand for how creeped out Kathy starts to feel and how the house starts to feel really alive. Like this ghost of Malcolm Foxworth is like creeping out the walls. And I think that that's a good shorthand for it. Just like the way that it's shot also, I think tonally does provide that. So we'll give it like a 4 out of 5 for tone. And what's the other one? Lifetiminess. I have to give it a 2 out of 5 for lifetiminess. I don't think it's particularly lifetimey. Like I said, I don't think that Lifetime can just add in incest anywhere it likes. I don't think that they've earned that right. Other than that, I think it's a little too good quality-wise. So if I forgot one, I'll pop it in editing. But those are the movies. There is also a series. There is a TV series that is way more recent than the other movies. Flowers in the Attic, The Origins. And it's based on the prequel to Flowers in the Attic, which V.C. Andrews herself did not write, for reasons I'll explain in a minute. It is based on a lot of the backstory that V.C. Andrews did include in the books. So I did watch that, and that's very good. Lifetime does TV shows really well. Like, I'm pretty sure Lifetime did Unreal, and Unreal is like one of my favorite shows ever. That's a phenomenal show. You should absolutely watch. Yeah, but yeah, the Flowers in the Attic, The Origins is really good. I liked it. It's really well made. It's well shot. It's really well cast. The actors are great. The woman playing young Olivia Foxworth is just like gives me chills. She's so good. So yeah, check that out for sure. And I think that concludes our Lifetime interlude. And now back to your regularly scheduled programming. Part 4, Southern Gothic Queen. So there are 3 other V.C. Andrews books that we are going to talk about, and they are My Sweet Audrina, Heaven, and Dark Angel. My Sweet Audrina is honestly peak V.C. Andrews, if you ask me. It's got everything. It follows Audrina, who is apparently 8 years old, right? And while her name is Audrina, she is not the first Audrina. She is, in fact, the second Audrina, who pales dramatically in comparison to the first and best Audrina. The first and best Audrina. What a fucking phrase. Say it with me. It rolls out the tongue so well. The first and best Audrina. It tastes so good. Our Audrina, the second Audrina, is living in the shadow of the first and best Audrinas. And her parents, though they love her dearly, they do love her dearly, they're always telling her she just needs to try a little harder to come into the gifts and all of the beauty and all of the specialness that the first Audrina had. They have her rock in this rocking chair and meditate and keep trying, really. They wanted to try and channel the first Audrina so that she can absorb all of her gifts and memories and become the first and best Audrina herself. Wild, right? That's insane. And it's extra wild because they're not mean. They're not cruel to her outwardly. They love her dearly, and they're very, very protective of her. They're very protective of her with her cousin Vera. If they catch her being mean to her, they don't want her going outside. They don't let her go to school. She doesn't go to town. They're very protective of her physically and mentally and emotionally. She's treated like glass. Our Audrina finds this really, really difficult because no matter how hard she tries to be the first and best Audrina, that's not a thing that can happen. That's just, they don't fully really explain to her why they are expecting this to happen to her. It's just sort of something she's always known that she has to do, is become her father's dead sister, the first and best Audrina. And they go to visit the first and best Audrina's grave all the time. I think every Sunday they go and they stand there, and her dad cries for his dead sister. And she is I'm sorry, I will try and be more like her, I promise. And they're thank you. She's all I can ever remember is that. And when she says all I can ever remember, she means it. She can't remember any of her birthdays. It's unclear, if there is a point where her memory starts. It's almost like she's a little bit out of time. They say because it's her perspective. Her dad describes her as walking in her own world, walking through time differently. They don't talk about what date it is. They don't talk about the year. Nobody will tell her how old they are. They just keep telling her that she's, supposedly 8 years old, and she is very confused all the time. And the book is from her perspective. It's so interesting. And there's a line that says, "There was something strange about the house where I grew up. There were shadows in the corners and whispers on the stairs, and time was as irrelevant as honesty." What a line. So this whole book is about this young girl who is trapped in her house, haunted by this metaphorical ghost of a girl that she can never be. And of course, it includes all of the staples of, V.C. Andrews and a dash of incest. There's dramatic miscarriages, suicides, abusive alcoholics. It's so well constructed. It has all of the things. It doesn't feel repetitive or cheap at all. It's absolutely fascinating to read because unlike Kathy, who is very smart and very aware and has her moments of naivety and her moments of acting before she thinks, and kind of has to rein her own temper in all the time, Audrina has no idea what's going on. She's just as confused by her own actions as she is by the actions of everybody else, right? She randomly finds herself killing off all of her male dolls. And she doesn't even realize that she's done it until her cousin Vera is where are all the boy dolls? And she's just there are no men and boy dolls. And she's shocks herself by that realization. She randomly shouts at people sometimes. She also sits down and asks her mother to teach her to play piano, and she can just play really, really well. And it makes her mother cry. And so she's like, did the first Audrina play piano? And her mother's like, don't ever talk about her like that, and like runs out. Just, she grows up so stifled and so desperate to leave that she runs off and elopes with a neighbor boy. It's very different from how Kathy falls in love. The language is like peak V.C. Andrews beauty. It's so mysterious, and it paints such a like eerie, ooky, spooky picture, and like we don't even really know where it's set either, which I think is cool because the other ones are all very specific. It's just at Whitefern, which is like this remote kind of mysterious Victorian mansion, just like in the woods somewhere. Wikipedia says it's the mid-Atlantic, so like Pennsylvania, like where I am, probably something like that. I kind of thought it was Georgia when I was reading it, but who knows? It's full of like amazing lines, like give me all your dolls, even if the best ones have gone on to hell. Like, what a line. It's great. Now, I will say I knew the twist going into it because I remembered some people talking about it on a podcast that I used to listen to. So I can't really speak to whether or not it feels like you're supposed to know. You tell me if you like have figured out based on me telling you, but I didn't find the reading experience to be ruined by knowing the secret. And I don't think that it would be ruined if you didn't know. I think that which is like the perfect twist, right? Is that like if you read it and you know what's coming, it's still worth reading and it's still good and interesting. And if you read it and you don't know what's coming, then it's just like actually shocking and you want to go back and reread it and see if you can piece everything together. So that said, I will tell you the twist because I know that it would be annoying if I didn't. If you don't want to know, I'll put a little red thing on the screen. You can mute the video. I'll tell you now, there is no first and best Audrina. There is just one Audrina. There's only ever been one Audrina. And when our Audrina was 8 or 9, her cousin, who is secretly her half-sister via vague incest adjacent, I think it's like an in-law situation, Vera tricked her into going into the woods where she had sent 4 older boys to assault her because she hates Audrina. She's very jealous of Audrina because this is the first and best Audrina. They fucking love Audrina. And Audrina was so affected by this that her parents took her to electroshock therapy to try and make her forget. And the electroshock therapy kind of forked with all of her memory. So they just made up this whole story about the first and best Audrina, and they were hoping they could convince her somehow to like remember just the parts of her life that didn't include that trauma. There was something awful that happened to the first Audrina. So if you start to remember something awful didn't happen to you, but everything else you can take, which is insane. Like, that's an insane plan. That's an insane plan. She finds out, she heals, and all is like relatively fine. It's a wild story from the perspective of someone who is like discovering her own trauma. And while I do think it's some of VC's best work, I will say it is absolutely far more graphic than anything in the Dollenganger saga, and it is definitely way more triggering than anything else. That's my Sweet Audrina. Heaven and Dark Angel are the first 2 books in the Castile series. So Heaven is our 14-year-old main girlie. She lives in a tiny little house that is up in like the hills in coal country in West Virginia. She's got like 65 younger siblings. Her father hates her because she's actually the daughter of his first wife, Angel. Get it? Angel died giving birth to Heaven, so she gets treated like garbage because she, in true Gothic fashion, looks exactly like her mother. Her stepmother has a stillborn child and abandons the family because she just can't do it anymore. So her father, who is desperate for money for liquor, starts selling off all of his children for $500 a piece. Which sounds ridiculous, but they're like backroom adoptions is what he's doing. And this is a community that is very, very poor, and they're being deliberately exploited by wealthy people in the city who can't have children and can't go through the traditional sort of adoption process. So they are just sort of buying these children and framing it as like an adoption. He sells the youngest ones to a rich couple from like the local city. She sells the tweenage daughter, the like 12-year-old, to the creepy pastor and his wife to be their child. He sells her to the creepy pastor. Her brother gets sold to work in like a farm or something, or a factory. He gets sold to basically be doing child labor. Heaven thinks that she's not gonna get sold. She doesn't know how she feels about that. And then her father starts making some like weird, creepy advances because he's drunk and thinks that she's her mother, realizes what's happening, and immediately sells her to like a dentist. I think she's a dentist who is like the stereotype of OCD, who like is obsessed with cleanliness, and her younger husband who is like writing a book. It seems like it's probably gonna be fine, but then the mom gets a little nuts and is just like treats Heaven like a maid. She strikes up a relationship with the husband. Then the mom gets cancer. She dies, I think, and then Heaven escapes and is gonna go and find her mom's family who are in Boston because her birth mother's family is apparently loaded. Apparently, it was a big to-do when her mother got with her father because she was abandoning her wealthy family for this poor man. So Heaven is like, I'm going to Boston, and she dips out, gets on a bus to go find her destiny. Next book, Dark Angel. She is living with her super wealthy grandparents who are like very hot and cold. Grandmother is really vain and selfish and kind of hates her. Stepfather is either being like super loving and supportive or like a cold-hearted asshole. He tells her that his brother Tony is living like a hermit inside the hedge maze or something like that, and that he is the only person and the only place and thing that is off limits. That everywhere else she can do everything else, but just don't go in the hedge maze. This is like a New England estate we're at now, right? So she's coming from like whole country in the hills, living in like a literal shack. No heat. They got their water from a well. And now she's in this like New England estate with a hedge maze. And she really liked school. She gets sent to a fancy private school where she does like the standard battle with the mean girls kind of stuff. There's a little bit of the dark academia in that sense. And she's pretty good. She's good in school. She's a good listener. The only thing that she's not good at doing is not going into the hedge maze to see this Tony guy. They strike up a relationship and it's all very clandestine. It's very like star-crossed lovers, secret meetings, private rooms, illicit affairs. You think that the problem is that she's going to get in trouble for that, right? Like that's going to be the issue. No, because here's the thing. Her grandfather asked her how old she was, and Heaven, not having a home to go back to, she says that she's like 16 to buy herself 2 years of a place to live, which like probably wouldn't have been a problem had her grandfather or step-grandfather not assaulted her mother 17 years ago. Meaning that like Heaven is probably actually his daughter and not Luke's, and that's why she ran away to be with Luke. And so now she can't marry his brother, which is also super disappointing because that's what the grandfather actually wanted. He was like trying to play some 4D chess and like force a Romeo and Juliet situation. He was like, there's nothing that a young girl loves more than a thing that she cannot have. And so he's like trying to get them together because his brother's super depressed and like he just wants him to be happy and he feels like he owes it to him because he keeps him locked away like a hermit in the woods. Also, they make dolls. There's like a whole doll factory thing. So Heaven like moves back to coal country and she links up with her brother Tom again, and she decides, you know, maybe it's time to go see deadbeat dad, who apparently is not a deadbeat anymore, has a new baby with a happy sober wife and runs a circus. He runs a circus, and so they go to see him at the circus. He is so floored by how much Heaven looks like her mother. He thinks he's seeing the ghost of her mother, and he stops watching the tiger that he is supposed to be watching, and the tiger mauls her brother, kills her brother. Cut to funeral. No, we don't cut to funeral. Do we cut to funeral in the movie? She gets together, I think, with her high school sweetheart and like heads back to the fancy house in Boston. We don't have time to unpack all of that, right? Like we're not going into all of the details there. But I did want to give you like a taste of the other V.C. Andrews work that's not in the Dollenganger saga, because even if it has similar themes and similar moments and similar staples of the genre, again, it never feels repetitive. It never feels unnatural. It never feels like a recycling of something that she's already done. They're all insane, but they're insane in specific ways that make context within the insanity. And V.C. Andrews just leads you down this very specific path to get you exactly where she wants you to be, to have an insane experience. There is a magic to them, a magic to these books I personally do not believe can be recreated, try as they might. Part 4, All Hail the Woman in the Attic. So you've probably figured this out by now, but there are significantly more V.C. Andrews books on shelves than V.C. Andrews could have ever written in her lifetime, despite the fact that she wrote very, very fast and at a high volume. And that's because V.C. Andrews died in 1986. And all of the books that came after that are written by a man named Andrew Niederman. And I'm going to tell you right now, right off the bat, so that we understand each other, I do not like the later books. I don't think that they hold up to her standards. For example, remember how we said that V.C. Andrews herself wasn't a very good champion of representations of people of color? And we weren't even sure if V.C. Andrews was the person we wanted trying to tackle racism in the American South. Well, apparently the publishers profiting off of her name disagreed. They disagreed, and they decided that they needed to hop on the woke bait train, I guess, to try and appeal to a wider audience. I don't know what they wanted, but they decided that they needed to get on this train, and so they needed to join the diversity wagon, and which resulted in several books with Black protagonists whose biggest problem in life is being Black. It's not great. To quote that article that we read earlier about the unbearable whiteness of being an Andrews character, the author writes, there's Star of the Wildflower series, whose biggest problem in life is being Black. There's Raven of the Orphans miniseries. Raven's biggest problem is being Cuban. There's Phoebe of the Broken Wings miniseries, whose biggest problem is being Black. There's Delia, a Latina character who's actually got her own 3-book series, whose biggest problem is, you guessed it, being Latina. The author of that piece goes on to talk about the Rain series, so I did try and read the first bit of it after reading her summary, and I couldn't finish it. I got like 4 chapters in. So a lot of this is paraphrasing what that author and other kind of reviews of these books have said about it, because I couldn't finish it. It was so boring. Rain from the Hudson saga grows up in a rough neighborhood that is a characteristic sort of stereotypical hood. Okay, and she finds out that she is actually biracial, and her white mother paid these poor people to take care of her because she was so ashamed of her pregnancy out of wedlock or something. And so Rain like sets off to gain self-confidence and become a pianist. Like, I don't know, she's got weird like subtly racist opinions about like hip-hop music, and she's very much like classical music. It's like, it's weird. And you know, the problem with the people of color that are in these later Andrews books are that they're boring, right? I only got a few chapters into Rain and I was like, what is the point of this? They have stale opinions, stale dramas, and they're not juicy. Like, nothing happens to them beyond the cookie cutter racism. Because like, yeah, like racism is bad, but it's not the only thing that happens to people of color. They have other lives, right? Like they can be just as like complex and dynamic as a white character, if not more so, when you add that layer of complication onto it. The author of that blog post wrote, again, I'm not sure if it's the old genteel racism creeping back in, i.e. I must spare my heroine the usual sort of over-the-top batshittery because it might look as if I'm racist if I had her raped by her stepbrother who is secretly her half-brother whom she not so secretly digs, or if the consensus in Andrews Land is that all Black characters come from deprived socioeconomic classes and must struggle with all of their will not to like hip-hop. I wish I was making that up, but Rain has a stated hate-on for hip-hop, and her decision to become a classical pianist seems almost a direct reaction to that dislike. I won't argue for which of these attitudes is more racist. They're both pretty fucking racist, but it is sad and not a little telling that the POCs of Andrews Land are unified only in their unallied boringness. It's like they're not good enough to be batshit. The representation in the later books, if you can call it that, paints a picture that people of color's biggest problem is existing. In general, it just feels like, from what she's writing in this blog post, from what I can glean off of Reddit and the little bit of that book and some of the other books that I read, it feels like the Gossip Girl revival, where like it was like they're just putting people of color in these situations because they want to be modern, and they're not actually understanding the story that they're telling and how to tell that story with a person of color or a queer person. I said, like, it's disappointing that V.C. Andrews didn't try to tackle that. Maybe it would have been a nightmare if she did. Like, I'm not saying she would have been great, but like there is a version of a story like this that is made more interesting and more compelling with a person of color and with the added dynamics. But that's not what it seems like these books are. That's not what the first 5 chapters of Rain are. So in my opinion, instead of there being any kind of genuine exploration of what it would be like to be a person of color in a V.C. Andrews novel, they are instead watered down V.C. Andrews knockoffs with people of color that are solely cash grabs. They are cash grabs just like everything else in the V.C. Andrews name after 1986. Everything that everyone does with V.C. Andrews' name is a cash grab, and I'm about to get on my fucking soapbox about it. Where is my soapbox? Find it for me, because I'm getting on it, and we are not getting off till the end of this video. I did my research into V.C. Andrews last. That's the last thing that I did in this making of this video that I have thrown together in 37 days. It's the last thing that I did because I was just so obsessed with those books. Like, I just couldn't stop reading the books. I wrote this, but like, I don't even know if that's where I want to start. We don't actually know that much about V.C. Andrews' life. She was notoriously private. And for a notoriously private person, there's quite a lot of bit of information out there about her supposedly private life. She kept her age a secret, okay, for like her entire life. She just did. Like, people just didn't know how old she was. Her Wikipedia page says she was born in 1923, but it also says that she was crippled by a fall down the stairs at her high school when she was a teenager, which is not true. It's just not true. Like, it just says that, and that's not correct. She was a wheelchair user, yes, but she wasn't paraplegic. She wasn't paralyzed. She could walk like many wheelchair users can. But you look online, the stories of the cause of her disability are almost as intricate and varied as the plots of her novels. She almost definitely had rheumatoid arthritis, and apparently was disabled due to complications from several spinal surgeries. Okay, I think there was something about a bone spur. That is repeated, like, that's more or less the story, but like, even Andrew Niederman, the man who will go on to be her ghostwriter, him and Virginia's niece are both like, oh yeah, no, she definitely like fucked with the press and lied to them all the time about what caused her disability and what her life was like. She would just make shit up for papers. Like, she made up a story about how a surgeon had a stroke during her surgery and that's why she can't walk, even though she can, that they like cut off like the socket of her right hip by accident. And these are stories that no one in her family had ever heard before. She just generally enjoyed dramatizing the story of her disability because she felt that it was inappropriate and she didn't like the way that reporters were dramatizing its importance. And they absolutely were, and they still are. There are still articles to this day being written about how Flowers in the Attic was this big therapeutic work, that it's this big metaphor for her own captivity because she felt bound to a chair and controlled by her evil, monstrous mother, which, like, just feels very infantilizing to me. The way that people talk about her, I do not like it. I do not like the vibes. I really, really don't. I was so impressed by these novels. Like, I was like 15% of the way in when I was like, oh wait, they're ridiculous, they're crazy, they're gross, but they're fascinating and they're incredible. She's so good at what she does. And the way that people write about her does not give her the credit for that. I'm not saying that her mother wasn't controlling. By all accounts, she definitely was. By all accounts, she was pretty mean. Apparently, she never read any of her daughter's work, despite living with her daughter up until V.C. Andrews' death. Her mother outlived her. She was like primary caregiver to her, I think. But even saying primary caregiver sounds weird because it doesn't sound like she really needed like a primary caregiver. I think she just maybe needed assistant. We don't know what she needed. We don't know what she needed in her life because she didn't tell us. I'm not saying that none of that is true. I'm not saying that she didn't have a controlling mother. I'm not saying that she didn't struggle with the fact that she was, bound to a chair sometimes or couldn't run and do things that other kids could do. I'm not saying that that's not true. And I'm not saying that none of that found its way into Flowers in the Attic. I'm just saying that, like, the way that people write about her disability and her home life rubs me the wrong way. And here are some examples from a 2022 article in The Guardian about the recent biography biography by Andrew Niederman, which we are going to talk about. Andrews always maintained that the plot of Flowers in the Attic was a fictionalized version of a true story that a hospital doctor had told her when she was a teenager. But as an isolated disabled woman reliant on her mother's care, she felt so trapped by her illness and was so incarcerated by her mother sometimes that she could understand how children would feel locked up in an attic, believes Niederman. Before becoming a wildly successful author in her late 50s, V.C. Andrews was already financially supporting her family. She had been financially supporting her family as a commercial artist since her father's death years before. She was already the breadwinner of her family. And by all other accounts, including Niederman's own versions of this story in other articles, like this blog post on LitHub where he describes her as railing against reporters who wanted to create some sort of paralyzed creature struggling to type out her fantasies. She had a great sense of humor about her disability. He never knew her to complain of any pain, apparently. Meanwhile, there are countless articles saying she was in constant agony and distress, and that's where these books come from. And not to mention, all of these people met this woman in her late 50s, and yet everyone seems to feel very, very confident in saying that this notoriously private woman was sexually frustrated and had never been on a single date or had any experience with men. And there's just from what I can tell, there's not a single thing written by her hand, not a diary entry, not an op-ed, not an interview that says that. There's nothing that she has ever said that supports that. It's just things that her family are saying. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that no one seems to even entertain the idea that maybe V.C. Andrews had a life before all of these people came in and started making money off of her books. That maybe she had a life outside of her mother. Have you never seen a child of strict parents? They are sneaky. The people that are saying this are people who are already financially supported by her estate, saying this to the man who is actively helping her estate grow by writing book after book in her name. Here's another quote. Like Kathy, Andrews would have known how it felt to be penned up and sexually frustrated. Even though she was in her late 50s, she thought like a young girl because she didn't have any adult experiences with men. I'm not here to say that she didn't experience isolation and have a complicated relationship with a cruel and controlling mother. I'm not saying that maybe she didn't have any sexual relations with anyone, or she didn't hang-ups or frustrations or difficulties when it comes to her disability and her identity with her own mobility. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is that acting like these books are nothing than warped fantasies from someone who is trapped in a metaphorical attic, and that they're this product of trauma is, I think, frankly ridiculous and doesn't give her the credit that she deserves for that. I think it's patronizing, I think it's rude, and I think it's inappropriate. I'm getting a little heated because this does frustrate me. And I do want to say, I get it. I'm not saying that I don't think that these people are necessarily being malicious. I think that they all love and admire V.C. Andrews and are very grateful to her and love her work because, like I said, I've never read anything like this. It's an absolutely wild experience. But that, to me, is a testament to V.C. Andrews' confidence and her skills as a writer, her ability to bend words to her will. Not because she had a horrible, tragic, sad life. She didn't write these books because she was disabled. She wrote these books and she was disabled. That's it. She made that very clear in the 4 interviews she ever did. But that's not as great of a story. It's not as great of a story as the sheltered woman in the wheelchair surviving such a horribly tragic existence that it produces some of the most twisted literature in history. That's a better story, and that sells more. I do think I know where they got this, though. I do think I know where this came from, which is saying a lot as someone who's been researching this for a month. I'm not the authority on V.C. Andrews. I think that part of this V.C. Andrews was Kathy thing comes from, there was one interview that she did, and it's at the beginning of all the audiobooks that I listened to, where she talked about how she empathizes so strongly with her characters that she when one of them dies, she grieves, she breaks down into she talks about becoming these characters and how much she empathizes with them. And at some point in some interview she had said something along the lines of Kathy's feelings are my feelings. And I think people took that and ran with it. I think that what she probably meant was, I am so in my character's head. But again, that's a really great writer who really empathizes with her characters is not as good of a story. Because she also told an interviewer that her stories were based on dreams and situations taken from my own life in which I changed the pattern so that what might have happened actually does happen. Which also lends itself to the idea that maybe this is about her own life. Except when you remember that she regularly tells the story about Flowers in the Attic being inspired by a story told to her by a doctor about how he and his siblings were living in an attic for a couple years when they were kids. She took that and was like, how awful would it be if they had to stay there? Like, what's the worst case scenario? And I could be wrong, you know, I might be wrong. Maybe it's way more autobiographical than a personal diary could ever be. Maybe I'm crazy, but quite frankly, we just don't know. And I feel very icky about how willing people are to put words into this woman's mouth. Icky, but not surprised. Not at all surprised. Not at all surprised, because Flowers in the Attic was wildly successful, an insanely successful commercial hit that absolutely nobody was expecting, because the book about incest in the attic doesn't really scream bestseller, does it? So she very quickly started making some serious money for a lot of people who were absolutely desperate to keep their cash cow pumping. In the 1985 Faces of Fear interview, Andrews had complained that she wanted to branch out from the Children in Jeopardy genre that she had created. But, she said, I am supposed to stay in this niche, whatever it is, because there's so much money in it. I mean, I have tapped a gold mine, and they don't want to let go of it. It's from a BuzzFeed article about the anniversary of Flowers in the Attic. V.C. Andrews was diagnosed with breast cancer in the last years of her life, and she reportedly forewent any traditional treatment in order to finish her books. 2 months before her death, she was actually offered a $3 million book deal for the prequel to Flowers in the Attic and the rest of the Castile series. But she passed away before she could complete them. She passed away in December of 1986. According to this sort of BuzzFeed deep dive, 4 days after her death, a memo was prepared for Simon & Schuster's staff stating that VC was writing up until the time of her death, and there are a number of novels remaining to be published, including the prequel to Flowers in the Attic, which Pocket Books will release in late fall of 1987. From all of the articles and stories that I read about her death, it really did sound like everyone's main concern about her literal death was how on earth they were going to keep making these books. How on earth they were going to keep the cash cow going. In that same BuzzFeed article, Ann Patty, who was V.C. Andrews' editor, was asked about the assignment of a ghostwriter, and she said that for legal reasons she can't comment on anything that happened after Andrews died, but she did say this on the record. When it became clear that someone else would need to be brought in, the agent wanted it to be Andy, so that's who it became. That maybe or maybe not would have been my choice. And in a case file for the estate of Andrews versus the United States, I found the following sentence. Nonetheless, on December 19th, 1986, immediately after learning of Andrews' death from Ann Patty, Romanos, the president of Simon & Schuster's Consumers Group, which owned Pocket Books, Romanos expressed the view that it would be possible to continue publication of the books in that genre under Andrews' name if another author could mimic Andrews' style. They asked Ann Patty to bring up the issue of the $3 million book deal that was signed with Andrews' family when she went to Andrews' funeral. She said that it never came up. There was never an appropriate time, because of course there wasn't. From that same case file, moreover, although the fact of Andrews' death was the subject of newspaper obituaries, it was not until publication of the 5th ghost-written book in 1990 that her death was confirmed to her audience in the preliminary pages of Dawn. Even then, the text of that notice led the reader to believe that the stories had been largely completed by Andrews before she died. When Virginia became seriously ill while writing the Castile series, she began to work even harder, hoping to finish as many stories as possible so that her fans could one day share them. Just before she died, we promised ourselves that we would take all of these wonderful stories and make them available to her readers. They found about 100 pages of manuscript that V.C. Andrews had written prior to her death. 100 pages. They really did try to pass off as many books as they possibly could as having been published post-mortem. They did not admit that they were using a ghostwriter for as long as they physically possibly could. And it doesn't sound to me like it was because they couldn't accept that she was gone. And Andrew Niederman, who has been the ghostwriter for V.C. Andrews for 40 years at this point, has made an entire career out of being the #1 V.C. Andrews authority, writing article after article, blog post after blog post, and a biography that is described mostly using terms like breezy, rushed, lacking in substance, repetitive. The biography is called The Woman in the Attic, and for the Wall Street Journal, Emily Barbaro writes, Mr. Niederman does not attempt to explain the appeal of Andrews' novels, nor does he seem to talk to many people beyond her family. In this brief, breezy, and somewhat scattered book, he skimps on the details about Andrews' evolution as a writer, and fails to mention her initial struggle to find a publisher for her breakthrough debut. Given Mr. Niederman's boasts of writing as many as 5 V.C. Andrews novels in a single year, it is perhaps unsurprising that the prose here feels rushed. But the woman who emerges from these pages is as riveting as her books. She is what's riveting. My point here is not that Andrew Niederman has malicious intentions, not that anybody here has malicious intentions. My point is just that V.C. Andrews' name has made Andrew Niederman a very rich man, and Andrew Niederman has made the estate of V.C. Andrews very wealthy. So I'm not sure that him interviewing a select number of her family members is the ideal scenario for a true honest-to-God biography of a woman who was very famously incredibly private and also loved to lie to the press. The later books are not the same. They're just not. And the biography is a lazy regurgitation of fabricated stories that contradicts itself regularly, as well as contradicting the seemingly endless pages of V.C. Andrews lore that have been generated over the years. And I don't like it, okay? I just don't like it. And that's what I'm getting at here. You don't have to agree with me. V.C. Andrews' books are so sensational and so full of so many taboos. They are so unique in what they do that I do understand where people are coming from, feeling like there must be something equally unique and peculiar and taboo about the woman who wrote them. I just wonder why that unique and peculiar thing never seems to just be that V.C. Andrews is really talented. Why can't it just be her writing, her skill, her tenacity, her resilience, her general badassery? I wanted to include those other 3 books that I considered leaving off just for time. After reading the way that people talk about V.C. Andrews, I feel like I had to include them because I want you to understand, as a person who probably isn't going to read these books and probably doesn't have any skin in the game here, and is probably mostly concerned for my mental stability and any future partners of mine. But I wanted you to understand how varied her narrators are across her work. Audrina is nothing like Kathy. Kathy is nothing like Heaven. Heaven is nothing like Kathy. Heaven is nothing like Audrina. Audrina is nothing like Heaven. They're so unique. Jory and Bart's perspectives are so wildly different and equally interesting and captivating, if not a little annoying. But it creates a vibe, okay? I think it's supposed to be annoying. She wanted us to be annoyed, and we were. Even if these characters go through similar things, like suddenly finding out they're incest babies, or having to run away from home, or dealing with abusive parents, they deal with these similar things in such unique and distinct ways because they're unique and distinct characters. They are not all stand-ins for V.C. Andrews herself. And if Kathy is a stand-in for V.C. Andrews, it's still a feat. Paradise Lost is also a self-insert fan fiction. Dante's Inferno is also a self-insert fan fiction, okay? So if it is, it's not a Wattpad YN situation. In the very short time that she was writing and publishing books, she showcased such skill in storyline, plot structure, perspectives. She was brilliant. She wasn't delusional. This wasn't some allegorical therapy exercise. It was it's good books written by a good writer. We want there to be some kind of explanation, because if there is some kind of explanation for how weird and peculiar these books are and how these weird and peculiar books came to be, then maybe we can justify how much we like these weird and peculiar books that contain these weird and peculiar things. And maybe if this book isn't just a book, it's a weird therapy exercise from the crazy woman in the attic, then maybe we can justify and explain why we feel like we're suddenly shipping incest. But here's the thing, you're shipping incest because V.C. Andrews wanted you to ship the incest, and she knew what she was doing, and she's a better writer than a lot of people that have published novels in their lifetime, okay? And I'm not saying that she's normal. I don't think that we'd be shipping incest if she was normal. I don't think a normal person could make us ship incest in a book. I agree with you on that stance, but I also do not think anybody else could write Flowers in the Attic today. I don't think they have the balls. I don't think anybody has the ovaries, the cojones, the gall, the absolute gall to write something like Flowers in the Attic in the year of our Lord 2024. I don't think they do. V.C. Andrews approached her work with a confidence that is unparalleled in storytelling, in character development, in writing. She knew what she was doing, and she did it extremely, extremely well. She respected her characters, she respected her audience, she respected her stories, she respected her own work so much and brought such a deep empathy and understanding to the words that she was writing that we can't help but understand as well. And we also can't help freaking the fuck out at how insane these things are. We get both. The balance is there. It's so special and so unique. I really, really, really do want you to go read them. I am so glad that these books exist in the world. I am so glad that V.C. Andrews was there to take readers on these journeys, okay? You will never forget it. You will never forget reading Flowers in the Attic. If you take nothing else away from this video, let it be that V.C. Andrews created something incredible, and that she herself alone, deserves every single ounce of credit for it. So here's to you, Cleo. Sleep well.
I stole your hatchet so that I could cut out my tongue.
I keep forgetting to pick a comment shout out. Darmok, are you a Manic Pixie Dream YouTuber because you're quirkily recording a video laying on your bed as though you were talking to your best friend on a pink princess phone in 1987? No, but I fucking wish. Thank you for watching. I have a Patreon. There will be, I think, a little bonus video, probably a really extended chat maybe. Things have been crazy. I've been moving house this last month. Also, I dropped all the other videos I was doing to make this one, so it's been crazy. Thank you guys for being part of my Patreon and for being here. I really appreciate it. I love all of the love on the Manic Pixie Dream Girl video. You guys always have such great, smart, brilliant discussions in the comments. I got 10 seconds before I run out of recording time. My EP is on Spotify, and I love you. Bye.
Doesn't seem to care.